Hello. I think you guys can hear me in the audience. Well, in a couple seconds you will be able to. And okay. Yes, you can hear. Okay, great. Fantastic. Okay. So good morning, everyone. While I talk, I'm actually going to go to my next slide, and you should be able to hopefully play media. And if not, there's a link in the chat. And that is actually a video from the entirety of the commit code, or from the beginning of OpenSimulator development to where we are now. So you can kind of, if you want, you watch that while I talk, or maybe just lower the volume, or watch it later. Good morning, everyone. And welcome to the 2022 OpenSimulator Community Conference. I know many of you know me and the other people up on stage, but I am the co-founder of Avicon, and many of you know me, of course. Well, I'm Joyce Betancourt, and many of you know me by my avatar name, Rhiannon Chat Noir, here up on stage in other virtual worlds. This is our 10th year, so that's fantastic. It's amazing to think that, 10 years of the event, and at this point, almost 16 years of OpenSimulator core development. In January, it'll be 16 years. So the first commit was on January 31st, 2007. So a little anniversary for us to celebrate in January. I wanted to, and again, that's what the video is showing, and that's sort of shows the work of many developers on this open source, multi-platform, multi-user 3D application server software that we all love as OpenSimulator. Behind this grid, behind many other public grids, and probably hundreds of public grids and thousands probably of private folks who have little small standalones I'll kind of make it brief from there, but ultimately, on the 10th year of OSCC, we're always thankful for the core developers, of which you'll get to hear from in just a second. And so with that, I will turn it over to Lear, who kind of moderate the core developers, and sort of start this spotlight and start off OSCC. So thank you, and Lear, I hand it over to you.
Thank you, Joyce, and welcome everyone. I'm delighted to introduce our core developers. First, we have Krista Lopez from the University of California at Irvine, professor and OpenSimulator core developer. Krista Lopez, better known as Diva Canto, is a professor within the Department of Informatics, Donald Bren School of Information, and Computer Sciences at the University of California, Irvine. And she's a core developer with OpenSim. Krista developed the Hypergrid protocol, which allows users of one OpenSimulator grid to travel to another grid server, and with their identity, avatar appearance, and inventory remaining persistent. Yubit Umarov is our current OpenSimulator core developer. Yubit is currently working on the project since 2012. He was instrumental in coding and implementing the OpenSimulator codebase and many of the updates that were part of OpenSimulator 0.9 through 0.9.2.1, and works on resolving issues and developing the upcoming releases. Kevin Cozens, better known as Andrew Hellershanks, is an OpenSimulator core developer. Kevin has been a member of the OpenSimulator core developer team since March of 2014 and created or maintains several add-on modules, including the OpenSim Search and the OpenSim Profile modules, which are used within the OpenSimulator project. Mr. Blue, Robert Adams. Robert Adams has been an OpenSimulator core developer for many years. His OpenSimulator work includes the BulletSim physics engine, VAR regions, the DSG distributed scene graph, and the simulator experiment and many performance improvements. Outside of OpenSimulator, he has been a computer developer and researcher for 40 years. His current interests are in distributed computing and robotics. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for more info, for speaker bios, for details of the sessions and the full schedule of events. That is at conference.opensimulator.org/schedule. The conference is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have any questions or comments during the session, you can share them here in World or in local chat, and send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC22. Welcome everyone. Let's begin the session. Now let's open this wonderful developer work from our core devs and code enthusiasts who have worked hard to track down bugs and examine potential features. If anyone has a question in the audience, please post it in the text chat. Our 2022 release is OpenSimulator 0.9.2.1. The site notes the list of resolved bugs and over 400 commits. Wonderful work. I'm going to throw out the first question and I'll let the developers decide which one will answer. What are your thoughts about the next release for OpenSimulator? What would you like to see possible? And Ubit, if you want to warm us up. Oh, please go right ahead, Krista. Thanks.
No, I was passing the microphone to Ubit.
Hello.
Hi, Ubit.
I don't know, there is some echo here. I think it's not mine.
No, you're fine. Pardon me, if everyone will mute their microphones, we'll let you continue. Thanks. Go right ahead.
Well, so as you said, we had released last March version 9.2.1, and we are hoping to release the new working version 9.2.2. That's it. Both have mainly just some performance improvements. For the moment, still no bright, shining new features. We are also working on a new version that will be based and will work on the new .NET 6.0 framework for Microsoft, because as you all may know, we were based on .NET Framework 4.8 on Windows and Mono on Linux, and both those platforms are now dead. They will have no more development because Microsoft decided to create a brand new thing they start calling as .NET Core, and now just rename the .NET 5.0, 6.0, and this current version is .NET 7.0. So there was some big breaking changes between 4.8 and the .NET Framework 4 and the .NET 5. So we are creating a new branch that will work on that new software, and is actually working at this moment. You can find it in our repository branch named .NET 6. And it's working reasonably well. Sadly, we lose some features because they were removed by Microsoft from the main framework. Namely, there will be no support for old machines with just support for 32-bit CPUs, and it will only run on new platforms. Good news, for example, is that it's currently running on the new Apple Silicon, the new machines, M1 CPUs, etc., thanks to the work of a user named Kuga that made the compilation of the low-level native libraries that OpenSim requires. That's basically it. So the next news will be that new branch, that new code that will be running on the new versions of .NET. Okay.
Well, thank you. So you mentioned some concern over older equipment. So how do we balance the changes in technology with Microsoft and this push for constant updates, right? With support for our community? I mean, what are your recommendations?
Well, I don't know. I don't like these changes, but they are just, things are, all times evolve, new things are created, and old things stop working just because things. So, of course, our next release will still be for Mono and for old, for current platforms, and will run still on old machines with all the nice CPUs, even 32-bit ones. But we will be forced to change because, as I said, those software that development is frozen in time. They are only releasing some bug fixes, and they will eventually stop doing it, and will just stop working. That's what happens with software, and unfortunately things change, and we are forced to change with the river, with the wind. Okay.
Well, thank you. So before we began, Kevin, you were mentioning some features in the OpenSearch and the profile, and you had brought up an interesting point. Could you elaborate on that?
So I'm not sure. Sorry, which point were you referring to again?
Well, we were talking about the Firestorm viewer, and you were saying that currently the features that you've supported are stable, but there is a concern about possible changes in the future.
Yeah, I think Ubit said that there's been some changes in how the search and how the profile, the messages relating to it are being handled or sent out. So that may require me to update the search and profile modules to match. That's something I need to be looking into. The other issue I still have to look into a bit more is the fact that there seems to be concern about whether the
I'm sorry, Kevin, your voice cut out for me.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, yeah, we've got noise in the background here. Yeah, we need to look at what changes may need to be made to the search and profile module based on changes in the to do with Firestorm and so on. But the other thing I need to be looking at is how well it works with the core groups module, because I've gotten reports that the add-on search and profile modules don't work. Certain features don't work in relation to the core groups. It seems to work fine when you're using the add-on PHP XML RPC based group system, but it would be nice to be able to work properly with core groups, since some people do want to use the core groups. And I also have to review it in terms of I suspect that there's also parts of the code that need to be enhanced to properly support the hypergrid. There's some function calls and things that are related to hypergrid used perhaps in terms of retrieving profile information that's not in there yet. I can be able to pull that from the external, well, I can pull that probably from the core profile module.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you for that update. You know, speaking of the hypergrid, tomorrow we're going to have hypergrid, thanks to Thursday Amber in her guidance, to 4 destinations. And we're so looking forward to that. Do you know, in the early days of hypergridding, I thought it was a little rough, but here lately, it's like a way of life. You know, it's so smooth. And so Krista, I wanted to throw it back over to you and say, how do you think we're doing as far as our ongoing progress? And are we realizing the dream that you had in the early days?
Well, Larry, yes, very much so. You know, there's some more modern developments in terms of federations and decentralization that, you know, next time that I'll have a big chunk of time to work on this, I would actually like to take a look, which many of you probably are aware that Twitter is going sort of belly up, and a lot of people have moved over to Mastodon. And Mastodon is a decentralized sort of Twitter-like thing. And at its core, there's a protocol that has been standardized by I think it was the WWW committee, the W3C. And it's the activity pub. And it's just a protocol that any software can talk to that allows them to distribute events in a decentralized manner. So I got super interested because I love decentralized and federations architectures. I got super interested in kind of taking a look at, you know, how we could perhaps even connect, you know, things that we do in OpenSim to things that happen in that other universe there of the activity pub applications, of which there are many. It's not just Mastodon, but Mastodon is the most famous one. So you know, you know, people tend to centralize themselves in walled gardens, in like these big companies that provide nice interfaces and stuff like that. But I'm hoping that Mastodon will be here to stay, and I'm hoping that it shows the way of doing decentralized systems, of which OpenSim is an early one. And so you know, it's a long answer to your question, and I'm going, you know, I'm getting back to your question. Yes, I am. It's very much working according to what I envisioned it to work. And, you know, it would be nice to actually make it a little bit more standardized with a bigger world out there, but that's future work.
Well, thank you. That's great. And that's how I reached you last night. That was my first time on.
That's right.
I was actually on Mindly, but yes. So let's see. We had a question from the audience, but first I wanted to welcome Mr. Blue, and we're so excited to hear your session later today. What have you been up to, Mr. Blue?
Well, I am, like you said, I'm presenting this afternoon on my viewer experiments because I've been working on a different architecture for a viewer rather than the kind of monolithic ones. And just hanging around the corners, helping, like Ubit mentioned, there's been work on BulletSim and getting stuff working on the Mac. Kuga has been doing great work there, so there'll be new binaries, and I'm looking at upgrading BulletSim to the latest version for the Intel processors. But it should be, we've been working on getting OpenSim working on Intel processors, on ARM processors, and on the Mac processors. It's just been going pretty well. And then I'll see you this afternoon at my talk.
Hey, that's wonderful. Well, we had two questions from the audience before we wrap. One was from Buzzy, and it says, any plans to support the new link set data and Puppeteer announced by Second Life? The answer may be no, but Ubit, do you have anything on that, or? And I can repeat.
Sorry, I was distracted.
Oh, that's okay. Let me repeat the question, and I'll also put it in the text chat. Buzzy asks, any plans to support the new link set data and Puppeteer announced by SL?
Oh, yes, I did answer to the puppeteer question in chat. We still have no viewer-side code from viewers that will support OpenSim, not even in the test versions. So we can't actually see what we need to support for that, because we are talking about a protocol that was developed by Linden Labs. So we can't just invent it. We need to see how it works and to properly support it. What was the other feature? Sorry, that was a puppeteer, and what was the other? I forgot.
The new link set data.
I don't like that. I really don't like. That's a feature that people want for a long time in OpenSim, because there is no real storage, permanent storage of data on the script system. On the people are doing tricks like using the descriptor field of an object to store data, permanent data. So that was finally Linden Lab decided to add the link set data feature to answer to that question, but I actually don't like what they did with it, and I looked at that code like 3 times, and I just gave up to support it because I really don't like what they did. I maybe might create something just for OpenSim. In fact, we already have some Johnson storage that was designed. We have it for years. That has the same purpose. That in fact is even more flexible than just that key value storage feature. But yeah, I looked to it. It's not very hard to add, but I really don't like the way Linden Labs made it, and so I'm postponing supporting it. Okay.
Okay, thanks. Well, our last question, and then we have to wrap, we're running a little over, is can we still use mono? Nick Swart asks.
Yeah, I already also did answer that in chat. Next release will be in mono, but as I said, this is a main breaking change from mono to the new .NET system. As you all know, Microsoft now owns mono, and they just decide that mono is dead. They are just keeping it. They stopped adding any features like 2 years ago, and they just made a few small releases with just a little bug fixes in the last 2 years. So mono is basically dead. All development they are doing now is on their own system called .NET. Even the command line is on Linux is called .NET. The main tools command line. So at the point we will be forced to do that breaking change and give up from mono and move on to .NET. So, as I said, I was very afraid that a lot of things will not work. In fact, but as I said, it is working at this moment. We have running regions. Main OS grid plazas are now running and on .NET 6.0. So things are working. We are still using code that Microsoft considers obsolete and tells that stop using it, but it is working. Okay. On the other hand, some other code just was removed. So we lost some features. For example, we lost our script engine, X engine. It will no longer work on .NET 6 because some features it required from the framework were just removed, namely application domains. We also lost the support to run on 32-bit machines, as I already said, and a few other changes. But for now, it is working, and in fact, it also works under .NET 7.0 that was released last month. So we have the road for the future is open. Just needs to make changes, and of course, all models that people created will need to be modified, will need updated, including the ones that Andrew was just talking about. But well, we have the road for the future. Things change, and sometimes for no particular reason than just to follow the stream, follow the river, it changes. Well, it's life. Okay.
Well, thank you. And I want to do a shout out to Kuga and other developers who've been supporting the project, attending the weekly developer meetings, and just doing some phenomenal work. Well, Oh, did you
Please
have
let
anything
me
you
add
wanted to add?
let me say something, because OpenSim is not just the core devs. A lot of code was created by the other users that are not members of the core. The main job of the core is to keep a current project, but anyone can contribute code through our mantis and even if our person's emails, because OpenSim is an open source project, and it's not need to you don't need to be a member of the core to contribute with code for OpenSim. As I said, our job as core devs is just to keep a current software platform, something so things do work together. Okay. So we also thank Kuga and many others. I did commit code made by Vicent, for example, with a little change on configuration files. And during last year, I accept code for several people, because, as I said, OpenSim is an open source project and is open to other people. And the fact of being member of the core is not a required criteria to provide code to OpenSim. Okay.
Thank you. We're fortunate. Melanie Milan just joined us. And Melanie, we're in our last moments, but we wanted to see if you would like to share what you're currently working on. Over to you, Melanie.
I am actually working on the backend servers, mostly these days, not on the actual OpenSim code. I'm doing some work to transfer OpenSimulator's code to a new source code repository and CI system, GitLab. Most of you probably heard of it, which allows pull requests the way GitHub does and more collaboration between non-core members and core members. So it's a quite gargantuan task, as we have a massively outdated system, and the data files that are on the system don't work with the new versions anymore. So a good bit of work there, but needs to be done.
Well, thank you for joining us. I'm afraid we're out of time for today, but the good news is you can chat with the core developers, and later on we'll have a VIP session with them. So thank you to the core developers for their support, past and present, for OpenSimulator. You know, you've paved the way for what is possible today for all of our projects, and we are so thankful for you and for your support. As a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at conference.opensimulator.org/schedule. Following the session, the next session will begin very shortly in this region, and it's entitled State of the Metaverse. We encourage you to visit the OSCC 22 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on the presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, as well as the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our core developers, our speakers, and to the audience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 7:30 a.m. to 8 a.m. session of the 2022 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, State of the Metaverse. Our speaker is Maria Korolov. Maria has been a journalist for 20 years and is a published author. She has been the editor of Hypergrid Business since 2009. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC22. And also, please, if you'd like to put them in chat, just put a Q before so that they are visible for me. Thank you very much and welcome again. And let's begin the session. Over to you, Maria.
Hi, everybody. My name is Maria Korolov, and I'm the editor here at Hypergrid Business. And I'm going to stand up so I can wave at you guys. I'm the editor of Hypergrid Business. Here's my email address up on the screen. I've been doing this since 2009, so we've been publishing statistics every single month, pretty much, with a couple of months off. But for the most part, every single month we've been publishing statistics since 2009. We've got hundreds of contributors to the site. We have tens of thousands of readers every month, pretty much probably the entire OpenSim community. And we also cover virtual reality, hoping to get people into Hypergrid Business to read about virtual reality and then to learn about OpenSim while they're there, to kind of expose it to the broader world. All of our ads for OpenSim grids, vendors, services, and events are free. There's a link to it at the top of our website, or you can email me for any of that stuff. You might have to email me a couple of times because I am like super busy. And yeah, thanks. My avatar, I try to get as close to my actual face and hair as I can because I'm all about using virtual worlds to do real things. But that's my personal thing. I mean, I'm totally okay with virtual worlds being used for socializing and play and everything else. Personally, I like doing real stuff in virtual worlds because I think it's really cool. So here's a quick overview of 2022 in OpenSim. Basically, everything hit record high numbers this year. So if you guys think that OpenSim is getting stagnant, that grids are closing down right and left, that everything's dropping like flies, well, the closings get all the attention because it's 1,000 users go away all at once. But the fact that we have regular steady growth everywhere is much less of a news story. It's like when you get planned closings in the news. You know, 1,000 jobs are lost. Everyone goes, oh my God. But if a couple of jobs are added here, a couple of jobs added here, a couple of jobs are added there, adding them to millions, it's like a harder story to follow. So I'm here to give that overview. So the total number of grids that have been active at any time this year is 555. This is 100 more than we had last year. So basically, everyone and his brother is opening a grid, and some of these grids have been around for years and are super successful. Kitely and DigiWorlds are a great example of low-cost commercial grids that are reliable, that are steady, that don't have downtime, that are super low priced, have great support, communities, that kind of thing. OS Grid is an open source grid that's free for anyone to connect. They can run Regen on a home computer. So it's the biggest one. It's got open source community support. It's all the administration is volunteer. And it's also a huge grid, tons of content, tons of people. It's LBSA Plaza is the crossroads of the universe. And it's It's huge, and it's been around for more than it. I mean, to 2008, I think. It's the oldest grid out there. So there's a lot of grids that are big, that are stable, that are reliable, that are great grids to check out. And there's also small grids that are opening up, educational grids, private grids, school grids, company grids, and also personal grids. The Dream Grid software, which is a version of OpenSim that's easy to install, has been gaining features and functionality continuously. It's run by Fred Beckerson. I strongly recommend it. You can set up a mini grid on your home computer, connect it to the hypergrid. Anybody can teleport in and out, and it's free. So as long as you have a spare computer and a good internet connection, you can run your own virtual world. I'm not going to talk about the connectivity and stuff. That's up to your bandwidth provider. But this is something you can do. And if you only have a handful of people that you want to spend time with, it's perfectly fine. You can even make it a public grid and have the public come and visit, again, if it's only a few people. Or you can get it hosted with a hosting provider. The average price of a region is under $15 a month right now in OpenSim, including from the big commercial grids like Kitely. These are super stable, super high performance regions, and the prices are ridiculously low. And if you buy variable size regions, the prices go down even further. It's awesome. And some grids, the prices of hosting are so low that some grids are offering free land for people as a way to promote the grid, because computing power and connectivity has become so inexpensive. So that's pretty cool. The total number of active users last month is over 45,000. It's a record high number. Now, you might say, well, people are counted twice if they're an active user on more than one grid. That is true. Same thing if you log in with an alt, or if you create local accounts on multiple grids. Same thing in Second Life. If you have alts, you will get counted multiple times. And that's been the case from the beginning of OpenSim. So this has always been a case. The point here is that the growth is there, and the growth is continuing. And here's a little chart of the growth in OpenSim. So we had a little bit of a downturn around 2008, 2009. But then for the last 4 years, it's been a steady increase. So anybody who's saying that OpenSim is dead because InWorld's closed, because Avanation closed, because some other grids closed, that's not true. OpenSim growth is continuing to go up, and it's pretty awesome. We tend to forget this because we're mired in the day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month kind of events, and we lose the overall picture, which is that things are actually pretty darn good. Same thing for the land area. Now, the land area didn't go up as much as it did last year, but that's because OS Grid did a big cleanup just before these stats came out. So the way OS Grid works is that everybody who has a region reserved, it's a home-based region, and they haven't been logged in for a while, their map reservation gets wiped out every so often, and they have to log back in and reset their map reservation. So this indicates the fact that the map has been cleared out of everyone's reservations, and their reservations are there so somebody doesn't wait for you to go offline and then put a region in your spot, because regions are supposed to be first come, first serve. And if you get a spot on the map that's a really prime land and your region goes down because your computer crashes, somebody else can come in and grab it. You don't want that. So there's map reservations. And every so often, OS Grid clears out the old unused ones. And the number of registered regions then drops dramatically and stays low for about a month until everybody gets their land reservation back. So that's always the case. If you notice, there's a little red line at the bottom here and in the previous slide. The red line is the number of users, active users on the closed grids, and the green is the users on the hypergrid connected grids. And this is the land area on the closed grids, and the green is the land area on the hypergrid connected grids. The hypergrid pretty much controls everything because you can go to different grids, You can have friends on different grids. You can send messages on different grids. You can have landmarks on different grids. You can buy stuff on different grids and take it home with you. The Kitely market is delivering to hundreds of grids. So the hypergrid is a huge advantage. There is a downside for content creators in terms of the copybot issue. But the copybot issue is actually pretty big on the closed grids. I mean, the biggest source of copybotted content is Second Life. The thing that copybot cannot do that you can do on a hypergrid is get the inside of a script, so, or an animation. So if you have high-end scripted content and you want to sell it on a hypergrid or in a hypergrid enabled world, you may want to move that script to a backend server. So for example, if you have breedables, they might connect to a backend server for most of the functionality, and each object would have its own unique registration. Kind of like the way that online role-playing games work, you know, which pretty much, you know, takes away the problem of software piracy in the video game industry, because you have to log in to your account and you have to pay for it. So something similar can be in OpenSim for high-end scripted content. That is what I recommend. For anything else, there's no particular advantage of being on a closed grid versus being on a hypergrid grid. You have more visitors, more users, more potential public to come to your events, to buy your stuff. And for grid owners, you can sell land to hypergrid visitors. So you take the money, but you don't have to maintain the overhead of their inventory. So it's just a win-win for smaller commercial grids in particular. We do a grid survey every year. This year, 93% of OpenSim users would absolutely recommend their grid to others. Like, as you can see, like, and hardly any would not recommend it. But then these are people who took the survey, so obviously they're interested in OpenSim. So this is the distribution of the respondents, and it's not related to where people live. It's related to how active people were in taking our survey. So Avatron and Alternate Metaverse were really big at pushing the survey to their users. That's all this chart shows. The next chart I'm going to show is where people are actually visiting. So the average OpenSim user has been to 4 different grids that they can remember and fill out in the survey. Many said that they visited more grids than they can count. And the most visited grid is OS Grid, obviously, followed by DigiWorlds, Kitely, AviWorlds, then Alternate Metaverse, and Zeta Worlds. So if you're looking for popular grids to visit, these are the ones that people go to. And this is kind of ballot stuffing proof, because this is people voting about grids that they visit that they don't live on. Okay, and it looks like I have to go through really, really quickly. Metaverse in general, investment is up. It's expected to explode. Surveys show that people, business leaders and entrepreneurs and consumers all expected to have a huge impact. This is the latest McKinsey survey about what people want to do stuff in the metaverse. And social events or playing games. Social events obviously is perfect for OpenSim. So, and if you want to write about any of this stuff, we're always looking for volunteers and writers for Hypergood Business. So please email me, contact me about helping out if you want an ad, if you want to write columns or tutorials, or if you want to do some videos for us. We want to do some videos about the metaverse. And the other thing that I want to mention before I go, because my time is just about out, is that I also cover AI during my day job. I write for CIO Magazine, which is a global publication published by IDG here in Boston. And we just had a sea change in the last few months in the state of artificial intelligence. In the summer, we've had AI start developing artworks that are indistinguishable from those created by humans. So we're going to have an art panel tomorrow about that. And this has great implications for virtual worlds because it can be used to create 3D environments. And then 10 days ago, ChatGPT was launched, which does the same thing for text. The text it creates is indistinguishable from what's written by humans. But more importantly, ChatGPT, which is OpenAI's GPT 3.5 version, has common sense. It's not perfectly smart. It doesn't have perfect common sense, but it has common sense. And all the experts on AI I've been interviewing over the past couple of years have told me that this level of common sense is unreachable given our current technological knowledge for at least several years, probably more. So what happened 10 days ago on November 30th, when OpenAI released ChatGPT, is an earth-shattering event. And as you'll find out later on today in Ramral's presentation, this kind of technology is going to be available to OpenSim NPCs soon. So stick around for that. I just posted an article about it online on the Hypergood Business website from Ramral. Yeah, OpenAI is not open, but if you remember what happened this summer with images. So OpenAI released DALL-E 2 in closed beta, expensive, limited use, had a lot of restrictions on it. Midjourney came out with their version, and that was really cool and cheap. For $30 you get unlimited images. I'm a subscriber. And then
Thank you very much, Maria. It's very exciting news and very interesting information. Thank you very much.
Fine, I'll sit down and take questions.
Thank you very much. It's been very informative and exciting news. And as a reminder to our audience, you would want to check out our the site conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. The next session will begin at 8 a.m. in this keynote region and is entitled George's Dock, Liverpool, Reimagining a Late Victorian Transport Hub. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 22 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout of the OSCC Expo regions. Thanks again very much to Maria and to the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 8 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. of the 2022 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, George's Dock, Liverpool, Reimagining a Late Victorian Transport Hub. Our speaker is Graham Mills. Graham is a retired university academic with an amateur interest in the history of Liverpool. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC22. Welcome again, everyone, and let's begin the session.
Hello, everybody. It's great to be here again. And thanks very much to the organizers for making the arrangements for this conference and all the developers and the content creators that help make this world. I've been interested in and presenting on aspects of Liverpool history and builds based on them from a very amateur perspective, both from the history aspect and also from my build quality, so please don't judge me too harshly, for a few years now. And I've kind of moved mainstream at last, and I'm dealing with the main waterfront of Liverpool, which you can see in front of you here. When I remember, I will actually put some chat in as well. Now, this photograph is taken from the opposite side of the River Mersey. It's just over half a mile across, and on the other side is a place called Birkenhead, and it's on the Wirral Peninsula, and I will mention that in passing and show it on a map later. The particular area that I'm building is a 2x2 VAR, and it corresponds roughly to the area that you can see on the next slide. These days, it's heavily built over. Those three buildings at the that you can see, the large buildings, are sometimes referred to locally as the Three Graces. The solitary building that has carried over from the time period that I'm talking about is the church, which is colloquially again called St. Nick's. So you'll see that in some of the photographs I'll show you later. On the extreme right-hand side, you can see the Museum of Liverpool, which is a modern building just creeping in from the right there. So the question I'm asking basically is how Liverpool grew, and how in particular these later developments in Liverpool's history came to be. Historically, I've been interested in the development of the very early docks and also the early railways in Liverpool, and this kind of brings the whole thing together to some extent. This map here, you can see the Mersey running from right to left, and the area that we're talking about today is shown in red at the top, and is as it was in 1859. My build is actually focused much later in 1895, and by that stage several changes had happened. And to a large extent, this is based on the fact that people wanted to live somewhere healthier than Liverpool, which in mid-century was actually a rather nasty place with cholera and all kinds of nasty things happening. And with the advent of steam, ferry traffic became quite intense between Liverpool and Birkenhead. And the departure place was the landing stage by George's Dock. Now, very handily, this also happened to be near to the business district. So many of the sort of more well-to-do office workers and businessmen could actually live on the leafy and green Wirral, as it were, and commute to work by the ferries. At the same time, a little bit further along on the left there, you can see arrows pointing out to the Atlantic. And this just indicates that the ferry traffic was not only the only things that were going on, there was transatlantic steamers as well, going first to the Irish Sea and then on to the Atlantic. By 1895, the main access point to George's Dock, which was something called George's Basin, had disappeared. It had been filled in to create better access to the landing stages. And the two landing stages, the one for the ferries and the one for the transatlantic steamers, had been joined. And this is shown in the enlarged inset. So this is what George's Dock looked like around about 1860. You can see it's intensely full of mainly sailing ships. There's a large transit shed there. The transit shed where goods were unloaded into before being moved away. You can see lots of slow moving road traffic along the dock road, and a big row of warehouses called the Gorey warehouses on the right hand side. And in the middle you can see some railway tracks, and as the inset shows, there is a little omnibus going up and down these tracks. It was a very clever little omnibus because it used the railway to avoid the slow moving traffic, but when it came across slow moving trains, it could move off the tracks. The flanges that it used on the tracks basically retracted and it moved onto the road and bypassed anything that was an obstruction. So this ability to communicate between the docks, which now stretched for some 5 miles, was very important. When we move to the time when my build is situated, things have changed quite dramatically. The George's Dock Basin, the main access point, has disappeared. There is a small channel called George's Dock Passage, which is now used rather inconveniently to access the dock, and only small coastal craft are using it. The omnibus that we saw previously has been supplanted to a large extent by a new overhead railway, a tremendous development at the time. And this was opened in 1893, and you can see a station there. That's George's Dock Station on the left, and the train itself on the right by that big row of warehouses that I talked about previously. And you can see that there are far fewer ships in the dock now, as I said, and they're much smaller. And this basically was foretelling the doom of George's Dock, which closed in about 5 years from there. So the first demonstration I'm going to show you is of the overhead railway, which you can actually see in real life, a remnant of in the Museum of Liverpool. Basically a museum to some extent built around this carriage. So there is the viaduct over which the rails were carried. You can see the rails for the dock railway are still there. The omnibus itself had to move off the railways at this stage. It went back onto the streets. It didn't disappear. The old technology continued and competed on price and availability. So there's the carriage. I hope you can all see that. And the carriages were, this was the world's first elevated electric powered railway. And the trains normally comprise 3 of these carriages running along the 5 miles or so of the dock. And initially they were used basically to communicate between the docks so that businessmen and artisans could move between locations. Subsequently, it broadened out to include people commuting into work from residential areas, and also ultimately it was a very important tourist attraction people could go and see the docks in operation from the comfort of one of these carriages. All the time, the dock railway continued, was very important in moving goods from the docks to the main goods stations, and little locomotives like this one would pull wagons along. They had relatively short wheelbases to enable them to cope with the narrow curves, the tight curves often found in the dock. So from one railway to another, this is the underground station which I'm building, which is adjacent to the George's Dock and in a street leading down to it called James Street. So not only was there a overhead railway running the length of the docks, there was also a railway running under the Mersey, and at the time the tunnel that was built was the largest such underground tunnel, underwater tunnel I should say, in the world. So again, a sort of major development. The counterpart, the station at James Street, as you can see, had this huge tower. None of that remains, unfortunately. There is a station there still, and the underground part still exists, albeit much of it is now substantially modified. The station in Birkenhead that the Underground Railway went to under the Mersey is still there, so you can see that in the inset picture. The reason the tower was there was not to make it look pretty, but in fact to drive the lifts or elevators that were needed to take passengers down 90 feet to the lines below. There was a water tank up there that provided hydraulic power for rams that lifted and lowered the passenger lifts or elevators. So if we now go inside the booking hall, you can see the lift, which was really quite a grand affair. It was called an ascending room. I don't know if there was a corresponding descending room, but they came not only with mirrors, but to make the place brighter, they had a gas lamp and they had seating all the way around. So it was really quite a refined affair. Continuing on down to platform level, we can see a train that was actually steam driven. So the engine was pulling a short train of carriages, and again I can just show you, give you an impression of what the station would have looked like. And this is one of those moments when you actually can have lots of fun, because I suddenly decided that, or discovered that, having built this station, I had a 400-foot gallery in which I could display adverts from books, which the British Library has posted on the internet. So choosing suitable adverts has been a sort of a nice distraction. So here's the engine. a slightly unusual engine, no roof for the engineers, locomotive engineers, because of course they were in a tunnel most of the time. Because it was a steam engine, of course, it generated a lot of steam. And as you can see, there's additional pipework channeling the steam into the side water tanks. And that was intended so that the locomotive engineers could actually see where they were going. These engines were actually the most powerful ones in the world at the time. They're not very pretty to look at. And the reason for that was that they had to negotiate a 1 in 27 incline as they came up the other side of the Mersey. So rather a chunky engine as such. By comparison, as far as I can work out, the carriages were quite small. And again, that may be part and parcel of the fact that they couldn't really cope with a terribly heavy load. The enterprise was not entirely successful, it has to be said, largely because I think they'd overestimated the number of people that were interested in departing from using the ferries, which were the main competition for them. And the atmosphere below ground was probably not that nice, even though there was forced ventilation. So it didn't prove to be terribly cost effective. And of course, they had a tremendous debt to repay in terms of the production, the building of the tunnel. Now, I've mentioned already the omnibus. There was another horse tram service that actually went down to George's Dock Parade itself. And we can see this here. And this had to cross St. George's Passage, which I mentioned. This was a major problem, so they had to have a swing bridge across this. And the swing bridge would take one of these relatively low-lying trams, because it had to pass under the overhead railway, so it couldn't be more than 16 foot high, or you'd have to duck as it went under. And where they were going with this tram, of course, was the landing stage. This is the last of the builds. So this is a sort of preliminary build of the landing stage. You can see the little gateways and the ramps that were lowered to enable people to get onto the ships. On some of these were run by the corporations by and large who were on the Wirral, and some of them, in particular the Birkenhead one, had slightly more fancy arrangements so that people could also get off the upper levels of the ferry. So they had a raised entrance as well. And last but not least, this rather complicated arrangement is a bell, which is used for navigation during the fog. And above that, what is called a time ball, which was used to help people synchronize their watches and chronometers. And finally, the ferry has arrived. And whoops, and it's gone again. My apologies. And the competition with the Underground Railway actually stimulated the acquisition of new ferries. They moved away from paddle steamers, which they'd used previously, and were now somewhat archaic, towards twin screw ferries such as this one. Just to say that I've modelled also another station which took trains down to the transatlantic stage. This is actually hanging off the build at the moment. And last but not least, I can just say thank you to everybody. And I'm on my last slide. What remains? Very little, although it's an important heritage area. And what I'm hoping to do in the future is focus on notional journeys of people that came to this area in 1895. Thank you very much, and apologies for overrunning slightly.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you very much, Graham. It's always interesting, and as Thursday said, wonderful models on the in OSCC. Thank you very much. And as a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the site conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 8:30 in this keynote region and is entitled Blue Man in the High Castle. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 22 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations. Also, explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker and to the audience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 8:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. session at the 2022 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, The Blue Man in the High Castle. Our speaker is Rainer Schneeberger, Art Blue. Art Blue is well known for being an artist and an art curator, as well as his passion for AI. You can find his bio at amazon.de, and then I'm going to paste it into the text chat because it's kind of hard to read. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have any questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC22. Please welcome everyone, and let's begin the session. Over to you, Art.
Welcome to another stunning experience transforming keyboard strokes into art.
And Art, I'm sorry, we cannot hear you.
Sorry, this was the wrong reel of The Man in the High Castle, starting the right one now.
Welcome to my presentation, The Blue Man in the High Castle, which I turned to make it entertaining in an essay, presenting it with cutouts as an alternative to bullet points, as you will see soon. The essay deals with the hype of AI painting. The text is pre-recorded, so I will stay in the allotted time frame of 15 minutes. At the end, you are invited to watch a machinima made by Wizard Oz-Chrome that shows the installation The Blue Man in Waking Dreams I presented at Burn 2, which is a representation of Burning Man in the metaverse. There would be more to say about the upcoming changes by AI systems, like in lyrics and in copy editing, and why OpenSimulator can give a living picture to a lot of changes ahead. Seeing is the first step to understanding. Experiencing is the second. OpenSimulator Art stands for experiencing the changes in art display and art reception. Speakeasy is provided, so you will find all spoken text in local chat. After the presentation, you can get the slides with non-blanked out text, so you don't need to keep the chat log. How to understand the blue man in the high castle. The man in the high castle, the one without blue, creates alternative reels of reality on celluloid. He's the founder of an early metaversum. My short story, I Will Rise, published in Res magazine September 2022, points to this story. In the October issue, I introduced the blue man in the high castle. I will call him, in this presentation, the Blue Man. The man in the high castle created his reels at a time when the Second World War had ended and questions of an alternative reality raised. It was the time when the first programmable computers have been established and the upcoming potential for a time and reality travel has been seen by Philip K. Dick. Now, 75 years later, the Blue Man says that he will paint the world by holding a paint phone in hand. These words point to the language of Google, of a first meaningful paint. Google calls a content of value seen on first page a meaningful paint on canvas. Canvas shall become the global term embracing all types of displays. You don't need to follow the chain of meaning of words by Google, but there is a but. Would it not be nice to paint the world, to give the world a visual signature of what we do? These paintings shall be done in state-of-the-art. Therefore, we use AI. We are heading to a time where the art of painting turns blue. 25 years ago, the art of playing chess turned blue. It was the fight of Deep Blue against Kasparov that changed the world. Kasparov said that at some point he thought the machine was thinking, but Kasparov was wrong. It was no AI that defeated man. It was brute force coding. That was 1997. The world is changing. In the future, men will no longer fight against machines. They will be machines. The meaning of being a machine will change. And by the way, holding a smartphone in hand while walking on the road, looking at the display, isn't this like longing to immerse inside the screen? The smartphone walkers seek for digital awareness, to earn social coins, to rise up in Instagram, to gain followers. They crave for retweets and likes. But there is a but. We are machines, we rise. We know the name of the first machine maker. It was Daedalus, who created the machine enabling Icarus to explore new frontiers. We know Icarus ignored the instruction set how to deal with wax-based technology. He was rising too high and fell down. Paintings show his fate. Paintings are what is left of his journey. The rise and fall of Icarus has been seen in different ways, in surreal ways, in ways of symbolism, in ways of the unknown painter, one with an unknown UID. Who is this? An artist with no glory? There must be a but. Thousands of years after Icarus, the blue man calls modern artists, among them Dali, Hundertwasser, Picasso, Klimt, Mondrian, Kunstblue, Tillotalo, Vetrildis, Titi Tobasco, just to name the most famous ones, to tell us the stories of the machine, calling it painted text art. The blue man holds a paint phone in hand, adding these famous names during his walks along the streets to capture the moments. He paints with words that suddenly fill his brain. When seeing a horse, he enters how to explain pictures to a dead horse. When seeing the advertisement of the movie The Triangle of Sadness, he bluntly copies this phrase to turn words this way to machine painting. He will claim all rights on him, the machine man, Kunstblau. That's an alt of him, an alternate machine of blue. He adds code styles like sunset, photorealistic, or octane rendering 8K. He knows the secret phrases. He copied them from others. The blue man in the high castle will become famous. Today he got 15 minutes. He will be art. He will be art blue. Andy Warhol predicted his appearance. Everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes. But there is a but. Who will take over and claim the glory when art has left the building? Will it be the Kardashians? Stand up and fight. It can be you, the greatest artist of all times. Everyone can put words in a browser. Everyone can click the camera button on a smartphone. Being a machine, you can play a low profile. Say you are an NFT artist. Upload art as a texture. That's hard, I know, after FTX blasted, but there are tools you can trust.
How to explain pictures to a dead wallet. Is this art?
Say that you have a MasterCard and you need AI as a service, and in no time you get what you need. You can roleplay an artist and insist that you are not an artist, that you are just a photographer, that you are a screen capturer, and you wait and wait. So your understatement gets noticed and others say, But you remastered the Kardashians. That's solving the but. Others will say, that's true art, real art you do. Then you smile like Yoda. You got what you need. You're a machine master, knowing the deal. What's the deal? Picasso said, I and I and I and I. If the domain is taken, then just add another and I. Art needs just a line of words and a click. You may say, I remastered the Kardashians, but that might cause just confusion. Go with the truth and say, I painted the picture. Accept that you became an AI and you are fine. You have the right to be a machine, a new gender, the machine gender. You paid for it. But there is a but. Art is seen differently by everyone, right? That's why the Blue Man offers you a trip into an alternate reel of the metaversum. Let us meet today beyond the frontier of clicking. The metaversum is made to meet. It shall be a meetversum where a first meaningful paint is drawn. Everyone shall experience art in a personal way. The meaning behind the meaning is what makes it real. But there is a but again. Everyone has a personal God. Part 2. The experience. Be a spectator, a couch potato. Be a traveler, sit on a chair for the uplift. Be Icarus, take a tag to fly. This all after the break. And for everyone to be or to be. Presenting Alice in Wonderland by the Blue Man in the High Castle in the exhibition hall. But there is a but. Right now the Blue Man in the High Castle can't read your brain. Reality in the meta is in reach, but still slippery. We are at the OpenSimulator Conference of 2022. It would be against the TOS. The Terms of Service doesn't allow the Blue Man to read out the chat logs that paved your way in all the metaverses you visited. Else the Blue Man would know what you prefer, how your mind works. Personality Capture and Simulation by Sims Bainbridge is published. All it needs is to break the TOS, to link the data you left on Facebook, Twitter, Big Brother is watching you, with the web metaversum. Be brave today and do this step. Make your coming out today. Admit that you are transcode, that you are non-binary, that you are not human, that you are old code, or that you ride on Python. Don't be scared to get the blame of the wrong gender or, like Art Blue, the tag of an outdated Fortran coder. Keep the option for being a machine hidden in your suitcase until you are sure that you want to follow the alternate reel of the Blue Man. If you go in the experience for Traveler, then choose one of the offered styles at OSCC Meta. The Blue Man in the High Castle looks at a burning white horse seen by different artists: Dali, Mondrian, Picasso, Hundertwasser, where the chosen tag and the graphics will match. If you go for Icarus, then take the Kardashians tag or the red-haired woman tag or
Wearing the Borg tag, you can experience 100 generations by the text phrase that the Borg Queen says at Star Trek Picard.
Allow me. Calculating temporal trajectory, initiating tachyon splinter radiation bursts, neutralizing threats.
They are made by DALI 2, Midjourney, Crayon and Stable Diffusion.
Where the chosen tag and the graphics will match. And where means edit. Wear only one tag at a time. If you like to be a spectator to watch how others are making the trip, then take a seat on the lookout. Infinite screen. To condense. Instead of reading your brainwaves or using the digital footprints you left, which will be the future to create the right experience for you, take right now a tag or choose a chair. Or take a coffee and sit at the lookout to watch the changes. When a visitor with a tag comes closer to the presentation wall, the art will change. This extends the mass of available art on display to the infinite. Same goes for the change of walls. My 15 minutes of fame are over, but there is a but. I want to thank you all. Question rise. Will my paintings stay? Will you credit the blue man in the high castle when you prompt text to paint and make your own glory? You know, there is a but. Time for Q&A. The following 3 slides give you further information and links. Thank you.
Very soon the video, The Blue Men in Waking Dreams, made by the Italian videographer Wizard Oz Chrome, will be on screen. The YouTube link will be posted in chat. Sorry, this was the wrong reel of the man in the
Yeah,
high
you can
castle.
close things out.
Starting the right one now.
Welcome to my presentation, The Blue Man in the High Castle, which I turned to make it entertaining in an essay.
Thank you, Art, for an informative and an interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, if you want to check out conference.opensimulator.org, see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 9:30 p.m. in this keynote region. And it is entitled, Art is Art is Art, but... Now please enjoy a short break. And also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 22 Poster Expo and in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on the presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and the crowdfunding booth located throughout all OSCC Expo. Many thanks, and thank you again to Mark.
good. I'm gonna stop. And yes, I see. Yes, that's you, James. All right, so I'm going to step away for about 5 minutes, and I will be back as soon as possible.
So, James, while you're here, and I guess I don't think Franz is in the
And wait a couple seconds after I say, and we're live.
Do you have your slides up?
I do.
We're live, by the way.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. session of the 2022 Open Simulator Community Conference. You know, in this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Art is Art, but, and our speaker is Kisma Riedling, Julieta Surreal Dreaming. Kisma is a painter and an art teacher and has taught using Zoom and now the metaverse. Please check the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC22. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you, Lear. Hi, everyone. Let me get my things going. Oh, my goodness. Or goddess, I like to say goddess. It seems life has been one big learning curve since the pandemic, doesn't it? Every time I think I've got it figured out, I turn a corner and the path changes and I'm off in a new direction. And that's exactly where I am again, off in a new direction. So I'm standing before you doing a bit of a 180 on you. And those of you who have heard my presentation these past two conferences know where I'm coming from and what I've been doing. So this might come as a bit of a surprise to you. Those of you meeting me today, well, welcome, and it's such a pleasure to meet you, and it's so wonderful to be here again. Today I am presenting a question. Art is art, but, and I am Kisma Riedling with the avatar name Julieta Surreal Dreaming. Okay, so here we go. I am a painter in a physical reality located in Newport Beach, California, a non-virtual world in that dimension. I stand in my studio before a canvas on a wooden easel. In one hand, I hold a wooden palette that has splotches of different colored paint, wet paint. Hey, what the heck? Oops, wrong slide. That's for a different palette, isn't it? Sorry about that. That's better. In the other hand, I hold a brush of various shape and size with either wooden, plastic, or metal handle. Using my arm and hand, I dip my brush tip into a puddle of wet paint and I make strokes, dashes, scrubs, lines, color blocks, details, etc. across the substrate. Wet paint usually ends up on my hands and arms and clothing and sometimes drips off the canvas onto a painter's drop cloth under the easel and my feet. And it can take me weeks, months even, to finish a painting. I paint in layers and must let each layer dry. And of course, the end result must dry completely before I can fix hangers on the back of the canvas or frame the substrate and hang it on a wall in my studio, office, or home, or exhibit it in a show and hopefully sell it. This process for one painting really can take months, but I'm a painter, and that's a painter's life. We are slow, we are methodical, we paint not for others, but because it's who we are. I'm a painter who has shared some photos of her finished paintings in virtual worlds, and only since 2020, I'm a baby artist in avatar years. And I'm here to share with you how in just 2 years of time, I've had to perhaps come to a very surprising conclusion regarding my continued involvement as a painter in virtual worlds. In virtual worlds, I've come to realize that the artist who draws their inspiration from the world around, from what they see, hear, smell, touch, taste, and geolocations around the planet, a painter such as myself, does not hold a substantial position in this metaverse of ours, but rather it is the graphic artist, virtual photographer, digital artist, and the new wordsmith who plays with AI generated images that are more important. The avatars who have become proficient at computer-driven art forms are embraced in virtual worlds as the quote unquote real artist. Yes, there are a few painters from the non-virtual world whose art has been accepted and who are celebrated as artists in virtual worlds, but they are mostly old avatars. But aren't we all real? I was, however, warmly received by a few dozen nice people in 2020, some of who claimed how wonderful it was to meet another real artist, meaning, a non-virtual one. I never realized there was a hidden message in their words, which took me 2 years to understand, or the politics attached to their claim. Of course, I've met lots of virtual artists, old-timer artists who have been quick to inform me that puts on my storyteller persona. Thousands of years ago, when the virtual world was first formed, there were lots of real-life artists in SL, for example, and all save a few had a mass exodus because of some misunderstanding over a new LL toss copyright on uploaded textures. Well, whatever. But I always felt there was a hidden message in their words, as if these folks were in their own kind way saying, so why don't you leave too? Well, okay, so this brings me to the next phase of my journey. About a 6-month cerebral journey I went on just this year, asking questions like, do non-virtual artists really have a place in virtual worlds? And again, I'm talking painters like myself here. What defines a real artist in virtual worlds? Aren't we all real? Should there be a solid division between virtual art and non-virtual art? They are different. Why isn't transparency proudly upheld by virtual artists regarding which type of art is being shown? Why say real life art? Isn't art art? Can virtual artists lose the shame of not being an artist in the non-virtual world? Is it inherently dangerous for a non-virtual painter to turn to a virtual world as a forum for their non-virtual art? What is or should be classified as virtual art, especially if the term real life is insisted upon applying by many virtual only artists? Because like it or not, and yes, we say art is art, but there is a difference between virtual and non-virtual art. These questions I attempted to discuss with several virtual artists claiming to be real life artists, but whose art I began to easily identify was created using computer apps or the new trend of AI generated image programs like Midjourney. And the extreme defense I met just trying to have a discussion on this topic was astounding. It was quite impossible to have a rational conversation with the virtual real life painter whose avatar has created a solely virtual, I am a real life artist persona and made a virtual art career for themselves. Perhaps they became threatened by the casual discussion topic, maybe afraid their real life claim would be exposed as fraud. Regardless, I'd say 99% of the folks I tried to dialogue with flat out refused to see any difference between wet paint and a computer screen. It is a tough topic. Fact or fiction? After meeting with such extreme defensiveness, which we know is always a truth in and of itself, I stepped back and pondered these two questions. What is virtual world art? I mean, really, what is it? Why does the virtual avatar artist need to add the term real life to their bios when outside of a virtual world, there's a great chance the person has never so much as picked up a pencil and doodled? Like it or not, there is a difference between what we the people do in non-virtual realities and what we the people do in virtual realities, fantasy or fact. Now, many of you were here in 2020 when I made my confession that I started off in SL role playing as the curator of an art gallery, even though I am a painter and non-virtual, which shocked everyone, but I don't know why. I've always thought virtual reality is for the entertainment of the fantasy. Wouldn't you all agree? So I was having some fun being something I will never be in non-virtual reality. I wonder if now, since the pandemic, we're all trying to force virtual reality to be validated with a lose the fantasy, this is reality mindset. I must include myself in that, but I've been doing a lot of pondering on this. So regarding the virtual world art scene, I've come to perhaps an honorable conclusion. I present it to you now as my final statement. Virtual worlds are created for virtual avatars, and while we, the people, own and operate those virtual avatars and develop virtual realities and build and create objects in virtual worlds, and for the avatar whose sole persona is that of an artist who uses only digital apps, AI image generation programs, or those avatars who take virtual photos to tweak and manipulate in computer programs, and to all avatars who have groomed their fantasy, or rather virtual reality career and reputation as an artist avatar who creates virtual art under the labels of real life artist, real life art. I invite us to redefine these claims just a tiny bit. Let us all remember that virtual worlds are, to some people, their real life, and some people do spend all their time in virtual worlds in fantasy, role play, or a non-virtual world simulation of life, which is fine. I say to my virtual art peers, I celebrate your artist avatar and your virtual life as an artist, how you have painstakingly developed it. But in the effort to redefine unneeded labels, I say virtual art is virtual art. Or I'm sorry, let me say that again. Virtual art is art. No, that wasn't a Freudian slip. Non-virtual art is an art. Both forms of art are valid, and I honor both forms, but please let no one mislead art patrons. Art is art is art, but in a world where fake news has become the norm, let's regain some truthful integrity in virtual worlds. I urge virtual artists to be proud of their digital virtual art. Claim it, show it off. Don't make false claims of real life. Always be transparent. This is, after all, your art domain, and thank you for your virtual creativity. And hey, non-virtual artists, that includes me too. We've got the non-virtual world. Why do we need to infringe in another dimension by bringing our non-virtual art into it? If we want to be a virtual artist, then we need to start making virtual art. In this vein of unity, can we all just drop the extreme competitive need to add the term real life to our bios? I never did. Let's all just be artists who create art. Thank you very much. And I would like to ask Art Blue, who stole my butt, if he has anything he would like to add to this.
I'm the butt stealer, okay. This we will discuss later. I'm sorry for you. You have a long way to go to become a machine, I would say.
I'm not, I'm real. I'm real. You're the AI. So right here, what you see is a dichotomy. Art Blue, who's very techno, very, very AI driven, and me, who does everything in non-virtual realities and then brings it all into virtual realities and then goes, wait, it doesn't belong in virtual realities. And so stepping into that place of knowing that really I'm in a virtual world. I need to get with the program and become a virtual artist if I want to be taken seriously as an artist in virtual worlds. Virtual life is not fantasy. I totally agree, but I do enjoy the fantasy of being an gallery owner and role playing as a curator, inviting artists to come show in the gallery. So yeah, that's a fantasy for me, and I proudly claim it. I always have. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. Any more questions? I just want everybody to know that with these wonderful new programs of the AI image generation apps, which I'm exploring and experimenting with, that there's all kinds of forums for us to experiment and explore. Let's see, photography was going to kill art. It didn't, but it changed it. Virtual is going to change art. It hasn't, but it changed it. Of course, yeah. Lisa asks, do you find 2048 by 2048 not good enough for sharing your art? No, pixels, it really is okay. Resolution is fine. You don't get the same depth. When you photograph a canvas, it goes really flat in any photography. Even, I mean, look at photos of the great masters. In a book, their art is really flat. Stand in front of it in a museum and you go into it. So it doesn't translate as well. Yeah. But you can get pretty high resolution, but 2048, yeah, it does put a ceiling on it. Someone else, it's question from Marcus. One of the newer AI image generation models is stable diffusion. They've had some complaints from artists about their works being included. Yeah, that's a thing as an artist. Once you put it on the internet, if you upload any of your real life art textures onto any aspect of the internet, it's going to get borrowed. I'm not going to say stolen. It's going to get borrowed because there's this whole genre called transformational art where we take pre-existing art and we absorb it into a new art form and change it. And the main factor is, though, I think 90 or 95% of it needs to be new. So a person shouldn't be able to look at a piece of transformational art and identify, oh, that's from Monet's, blah, blah. It should be absorbed in as becoming part of a new art form. I might be missing questions. I don't know. Did that answer your question, Marcus? Art can answer it too. Art, did you want to answer it?
Yes, I'm just typing it, so you have it here.
Thanks, Nix, for that. Yes, the deviant art creators, they have lots of issues with people stealing their art. In fact, when I came in to the art world in virtual reality and started to see art, I was able to identify stolen art and artists who were passing off art from Google and from other formats, from other networks, social networks, as their own, and that's a sad thing. That's why I bring in the urge for us all to be transparent. Be transparent, with your art. If it's not something you created in non-virtual reality, but you needed a computer, then own it, say it, be proud of it. Saying real life doesn't make anything different because we all are real life.
That's a great ending there, Julieta. And what a wonderful session. We want to thank you for it.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yes. And you too, Art. Thank you. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which is at 10 a.m. in the keynote region, and it is entitled Conceptualizing Immersive Music and Dolby. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 22 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region. And Julieta and Art's booth is booth 7 to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again, and to our speakers and to the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. session of the 2022 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Conceptualizing Immersive Music in Dolby Atmos. Our speaker is Jeffrey Tackett, Primo Wittels. Dr. Tackett is a tenured assistant professor at Tennessee State University. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. Now, this session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC22. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session. Over to you, Jeffrey.
Thank you. Thank you, Lair. This presentation can be dropped at her footstep because long ago she told me, since I was a music and sound person, why aren't I doing immersive sound? So I've been working on this probably about a few years. I can't even remember now, but enough. So I wanted to just sort of go over a basic of what is defined, what immersive sound is, and how it's being presented in the various tools, in the virtual worlds. Now, in our world right here, there is no immersive sound. I mean, it's sort of, but not in the degree that it is nowadays for commercial. So I'll just jump in here. So just a little bit of history from left to right. This is like where we started and where we got to on the right side. So we started in the early days with just mono. So recordings were set up with a microphone and sent to tape. And then from there, it was coming through one speaker and it would come straight at you. So even, up to Elvis and that sort of thing, there was a lot of mono recordings. In the 1960s, because of the way that records were designed and tape, we moved to stereo. So this is supposed to match what our ears are. So there's a left and a right. So when you put on your headphones, that's a stereo world where there's left and right. And recordings were initially stereo was used sort of as a novelty. And then somebody came along and said, well, why don't we create a stereo field where it's as if we are in an audience and participating in the listening, and the musicians are scattered across the stage. So with the movie Earthquake, the idea was, well, let's do this stereo, but let's add what we call an LFE, so low frequency effect. So when the movie Earthquake came out, the idea was you would still have that stereo field, but the theater would rumble, and you would feel like you were in an earthquake, which was sort of the goal. But then surround sound came to be, and that's where on this right side we're looking at 5.1, 6.1. These speakers are set up to be, and you can have this in your home theater, are set up in theaters. So the idea is to surround the listener with these sounds. So like if somebody's coming from the right and moving towards the left, or a dialogue usually was in the center, and then there might be some things happening in the rear along with that low rumble. And if any of you have attended a movie lately, the film industry wants it to get louder and louder, that low frequency. So here's where we are today. We are in a spatial sound situation, and there's a couple of companies out there that are working on this. Most notably would be Dolby. They have a product called Atmos, and that's what a lot of the commercially available things are. You send the person that's making the music and the audio, sends it to Dolby, and they charge you a lot of money and make it so instead of just left and right, it's left and right and kind of, to their center right and center left, and as well as on top and on bottom. So it's a 360 world now with audio. So we're seeing that, and it's in the past, surround sound and those kind of things, if it wasn't a movie theater, people weren't really interested. But Dolby and others have figured out how to fire speakers around you, so you can buy a Dolby Atmos soundbar that goes in front of your TV, and then the speakers shoot up and out and all around. So the idea is you are immersed in a 360 audio world. Now the interesting thing, can't remember if it's in the next, is headphones. So Dolby has figured out how to do this in a binaural way. So headphones are binaural to audio. That's what binaural stands for. So on the left, we start with creating the music and the audio, and then it goes through the Dolby rendering process, and then it comes out on our end as a spatial audio product. And this is in the creation of Dolby Atmos. This is kind of a 3D rendering of where all the speakers go. So there's speakers all around you in a room when you're creating the music, and there's actually 128 points where the sound can be placed. So again, above you, to the side of you, and on, as well as the music could be in a surround situation. So lots and lots of speakers and lots of opportunities to immerse yourself in this audio. So here's some of the products that are available right now. This over here, you might be familiar with, it's an Alexa box, and it actually produces Dolby Atmos surround to your home. And here is the soundbar I was talking about that goes in front of your television with the low frequency speaker right there. And this down below, that is what it looks like in a room. It's a lot of commitment in your room sometimes to get this. A lot of people are just going for the soundbar because this is a lot of speakers below the soundbar. And then, interestingly enough, if you have Apple pods, oops, I just messed myself up here. If you have Apple pods, you can hear it as well. So what Dolby Atmos does and some of the other immersive things is it knows what the receiving end is, whether it's a soundbar or a full setup in your room or headphones or Apple EarPods. So this is why it's become more exciting in the world, because Apple and oh my gosh, I just had a brain stop there. Apple and where we're all getting our packages from. It'll come to me in a second. But Apple is all in and then with the Alexa as well. There's all these Alexa devices that they're creating so that we can have this immersive audio. So I would suggest, if you're interested, to go to the Apple website or the Amazon is what I'm trying to remember, Amazon website. And they call it, in Apple and Amazon, they call it spatial audio. So if you got a device, whether it's headphones, probably headphones, listen to some of the mixes they have. If you go to spatial, there is a long playlist of all the things that have been remixed for Dolby Atmos. So I'm in touch with all the a lot of the record companies that are doing this now. I listened to a demonstration in a Tesla that was outfitted for Dolby Atmos. My only complaint was I guess I would just live in my Tesla because the sound was so awesome you can't get out of the car. So might be a little bit distracting driving down the road, but it is quite an immersive experience. So oddly enough, a lot of what the record companies are doing now is creating these spatial audio things for us, and it's all like older things. Like my favorite is September by Earth, Wind and Fire. It sounds amazing. It's coming from all around you, and I'm just in my Apple AirPods. I also have a number of other headphones just because that's what I do for a living. So here is where we're at. We have gaming. So there's the Xbox, the PS4, our PCs, and our Macs are set up to hear this Atmos, this immersive sound with music. Apple Music and Amazon, of course, they have committed full in. This has never happened before in a new audio technology. They are running to the races to get everything in that world. And then we have some of you maybe have seen tags on some of the video feeds like Apple TV and Netflix and all that, and they will advertise whether it's in Dolby Atmos. Now, again, you have to have the device at the receiving end, and then Atmos will know that it's a device that's ready for that. So future live delivery. Here's the hard part, is live delivery, because somebody has to make decisions about where the immersive audio is. Now, you can pre-make those, like that's possible in FMOD, where things are in different places. But it's still kind of in its early development there, how that will work when we just get something live. Like, let's say we sign into a live concert. Well, an engineer has to be there to make those decisions where the 128 possible channels of audio will be. Now, also, there's a lot of things I'm seeing just recently. Qualtech had come out with some immersive audio. It's being developed on their Snapdragon platform, and very exciting. Looks like it will be good, but there's some of the things that will cause problems in this world. Is obviously bandwidth. The audio will take up a lot more bandwidth, and there's still like a little bit of standards creation. Amazon has their idea, Apple has their idea, and sometimes it doesn't quite work out that well. So we're still in the early stages of where this is possible in our world here, to create like an immersive audio. But my imagination goes to we have our graphics are getting better and better all the time, and we talked about art. I'm a huge fan of art. Lots of friends of mine are fine artists, and that is in our virtual world. We can send that up and look at this amazing thing. The problem is when our avatar turns left or right, there is some sort of virtual signal that it's coming from that way. But truly an immersive, like let's say our avatar is in a jungle or something like that. So there's all the birds and the insects and everything, and then birds fly over your head. So our virtual audio world is with our ears is not flat. Our ears are 360 degrees. So I look forward to getting more of this out there so we can take advantage of that. And by the way, I'm an educator, but I'm on many committees for the Audio Engineering Society that's promoting virtual content for universities, because students these days are going to have to, pardon the pun, immerse themselves in this immersive audio so that they can, future jobs and work and just lots of fun. So that brings me to the end. I will put in the chat if anybody's got any questions. My email. I got to go do this on the. I'll put my school email because that's more likely to get my attention. I am at Tennessee State University. I'm in the music department, so I teach all things technology, music and technology. We did a Venn diagram. I'm right in the middle of where those two meet, and I'm also teach music, guitar, and music history. So yeah. Yes, Doppler effect. Interesting. How do you create Doppler effect? We were looking at trains on that Liverpool presentation, and so I was just thinking about that. The trains move left to right, and if you are in the world and you're in the real world and you're standing next to a train track, as the train comes towards you, let's say it's coming towards you from the left, high frequency reaches you first, and then the low frequencies reach you. So that's why whether it's a train or a car or anything, that effect of that sort of thing. So there are audio effects that can help with that sort of thing. We can create Doppler from left to right. So it's not really a huge problem.
And Jeffrey, did you see the next question from Art Blue? He asks, thanks, Primo. Does this go to OpenSim in specific? I experimented with sound prims giving their 10-second sound in a time-programmed way. When we put the sound prims around the avatar and visitors, can the experience becoming better, more immersive?
Yes. Not I don't think currently with OpenSim, but I really part of my presentation here was to put that out there, that maybe that's focus on some audio. Obviously, I have a it's my world, but yeah, to create an immersive effect. Just a anecdote. I was at a conference and they had Elton John's piano on the stage, and using MIDI, which is musical instrument digital interface, they were able to record his hand movements on a grand piano. Now they still had the backup band was in multiple speakers around that piano, but the immersive effect of standing next to the piano and listening literally to Elton John play was that blew my mind, because that was like, that's where we got to get to, where anything that we're listening to or that is just coming at us in a real world sort of situation. Does that answer your question, or did I go off in the weeds there? Have you looked into using the technology for hearing tests? Yes, actually, that's a good question. Way back in I believe it was 2000, I moved to Salt Lake City, where one of the innovative digital hearing aids was being developed. It was called Sonic Innovations. And so what we did was we took the hearing aids and tried to make this immersive effect. However, we only had it was 4 speakers, I believe, left and right and rear left and right. But it did improve the hearing aids by quite a bit just to be able to hear that. So we did a lot of experiments with recording data about how that was going to work. And I left that company a few years later, and I don't think they're even around anymore. But I do know hearing aids have gotten 1,000 times better than what they were when our parents or grandparents were using them.
Well, thank you, Dr. Tackett, for an informative and interesting presentation. If anyone has further comments, please send him an IM to Primo Wittels here in World. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which begins at 10:30 a.m. in this keynote region. And it's entitled W4OS, WordPress web interface for OpenSimulator. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 22 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2, along with the crowd sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to Jeffrey and to our audience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. session of the 2022 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, W4OS, WordPress Web Interface for OpenSim. Our speaker is Gudule Laponte. Gudule is founder and public face of Speculoos World. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC22. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Galen. I will talk you again about I say way for OS. It's shorter than W. I created Speculoos World Grid 11 years ago, and we faced the same challenges, getting a fully operational grid and offer all the features. OpenSimulator, of course, provides the main features, but not all of them. You need to install at least a web interface, allow user registration, a web assets server, a couple of helpers, and for some, currency server. At least half a dozen different applications, each of them from a different project using different platforms or languages. And even when they use the same language, they use different standards for historical reason. Some of them even have no implementation at all, only workarounds, like the grid project OpenSim World, which replaces in-world places search by a beacon and a website, or our own project to do events, which is a fork of Tom Frost IP events, and it replaces event search by an in-world board. Oh, of course, you need a website too. So that's led to the creation of W4OS. It actually started 6 years ago as a simple collection of then available helpers with a unified config file and install script. Then 3 years ago, I felt the need to integrate it totally with a website. So I created a WordPress plugin to get a more complete solution. Why WordPress? It's popular, it's open source, it's powerful, and it's multi-language. Last year, I developed the reason for WordPress. You can look around the previous YouTube video. It's a one-stop for, and so it is. I wanted one-stop for all needs: user registration, grid management, in-world, and web helpers. Wanted an easy setup. This is still, yeah. Kind of. It could be easier, but we're working on it. And centralized management. And I forgot to show the slide. Well, too bad. Well, in conclusion, we have no easy jobs. So that's the approach. Where were we last year? When we presented the plugin for the first time here, I already had a bunch of features. I will not go in detail. The video is still available, but we could also already have avatar registration with default models, protected name rules, synchronization between avatars and WordPress users, and the basic web profile. Like this, the web profile. We also got blocks, which are a really great tool in WordPress to customize pages and the website in general. Available blocks were a grid status, grid info, and a registration form. And you could use it in the splash page or in any other page of the website. Talking about splash page, we integrated the splash page customizable, a web asset server, and offline messages web redirection. In the meantime, what did we do? The most important thing was in-world search, being able to use the tools provided by the viewer to avoid relying on in-world objects, scripted prims, or website, external websites. And using the plugin to provide the search helpers allow to use also the result in the website. In the settings, you can choose to use a separate database. The search database is compatible with the other OpenSim searched DLL module, so it's interchangeable. And the search engine can be shared between several grids. So it is possible, for example, for any grid, even not using W4OS, to use a search engine on a website that use with a W4OS installed. Once the search engine is set, the inclusion is made from the standard viewer parcel settings. This is, I already said it, but it's really important to me to use as much as possible the viewer features. You just enable show place in search, and your parcel will appear in the results with the in-world descriptions and snapshots. No need to go into a form on a website or things like that. The lands for sales are also available as long as the show place in search is enabled too. And the classifieds. Classifieds are a really cool tool to add some dynamics in a grid. And so I integrated them too. By design, they only allow local destination, but it is also always possible, as I did it for this classified, to add a second life type URL for hypergrid destinations. And the most important to me, and I guess for a lot of people, the events. The sharing events is complicated. I worked a lot on the to-do events to get it efficient and working, to continue the work of Tom Frost. But I guess the in-world search is the most efficient one. By design, organizers cannot register events from the viewer. That's a viewer limitation or the global architecture limitation. Even in Second Life, events have to be registered from the website. Currently, we rely on to-do events, which is still a separate project, which itself rely on public calendars. But this is something we will address later, and we'll talk about it later also. And one more thing. The events are hypergrid compatible. This is not added manually. The event server automatically adds hypergrid URL to the event description, like you should see. I guess the arrow is quite visible. There are other improvements, in-world improvements. We added currency support. It currently works with the so-called fake currencies, which are sometimes real currencies with an external provider, with Podex and Gloibit. I should say, as long as Gloibit works. But the viewer buy option is enabled and allows already an estimation of the cost. And when you click buy, it redirects either to the vendor region for Podex vendors or to the website for Gloibit. We also updated offline message, but it's just a compatibility issue to match the current core database standards. So again, it should be easy to go back to standard offline messaging. The offline messaging is there just to allow mail redirection, because the rest is already provided by the OpenSim core. On the front end, the web profile now shows more details. The skills, the partner, languages, in-world and real life description, and all these are set from the viewer. I don't know why I hesitate. I think it's the thing I said most in this speech. The splash page, I talked about it. It was already in the previous version, but now it can include popular places. And when you click on a popular place on the viewer login screen, you get that place as a destination. There are also other improvements, like user login without an existing account. They can log into the website with their avatar credentials. That's for the transition. Once they do that, a local user is created also in the current version. In the next version, it will be optional for reasons we will see later. And the new registered user get a page with fewer configuration instructions. Okay, what's next? A few months ago, a grid owner told me that he has a grid with several avatars sharing the same email address. Well, this is not frequent usage, and it is definitely not something I was expecting, but nothing prevents it in OpenSimulator Core. So I realized this created a compatibility issue with a Way4OS plugin. So here we are, rewriting the code to separate avatars from user. It doesn't look like, but it's a huge work as there are pieces of code in dozens of files. And I must admit, it made me slow down development on other parts of the project. But what would be the point to add new code knowing I would need to rewrite it soon? The good thing about this is that it makes me rewrite this multi-years, multi-source code in a more modular way. I expect version 3 to be released in the beginning of 2023. We are already in a good shape about it, but it definitely needs a lot of testing. After that, several exciting new features will be added, like what I call KISS. Keep it simple and stupid. I am not the only one to say that, but it's a global good philosophy in programming. So an easier installation process. I already tried to make it really easy, but plugin setup wizard and splitting config pages. So only helpers that are enabled will have a separate admin menu with the config pages for this helper. It will clear things out. Admin region control, web admin could see models and technical accounts. For now, they can only see actual avatars. Banned users management, thanks to Priscilla Kleenex for bringing back old memories recently. The user will be able to see and control their regions and parcels, and events registration will be possible from the website. And the next step about events would be to integrate merge to-do events project inside Way4OS. So that's it. Thank you. I hope you will give it a try and give me feedback. There are already a couple of grids using the plugin, and they give feedbacks, and it's really useful, and it's really encouraging and supportive. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Gudule. This is very important, and thank you for showing us this slide where we can find out more about this. Very, very interesting. Let's see. I think we have time for one question. Does anyone have a question? My question was, where could we find out more about it? So you've answered that one.
That's answered.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Gudule, again, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 11 o'clock a.m. in this keynote region and is entitled Dream Grid Statistics and New Features. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 22 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker and to the audience.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 11 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. session of the 2022 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Dream Grid Statistics and New Features. Our speaker is Fred Beckhausen, aka Fayard Fredericks. Fred is the owner and CEO of Micro Technology Services, Inc., a 31-year-old Texas computer design and manufacturing firm. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC22. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm going to briefly go over the new features that we did the last year and add a couple of very interesting stats and talk about some of the things that are, say, in the works, so to speak. Let's see, here we go. One of the new things this year is a text-to-speech API, and that works within the GUI as well as in the OpenSim. There's 4 different speech engines on Windows 10 and 11, so that you can fire off any of these, stream it to a media on a prem, do parcel media. You can trigger it by a script. I currently also have some interactive talking paintings using WebGL, which is now working, and a demo running over in Expo 3, which I'll show a map to after the end of this presentation. Another new feature is region gridding. We have hundreds of regions capability now in OpenSim on a single small PC. This allows you to very quickly adjust the grid size and spacing with just a few clicks. This is a 1-space grid set to 50 spaces wide. Another thing is the signs. The typical way you see of traveling around is, going from hyperports, teleports, you walk in and out. Well, that's not going to work when you have 300, 400 regions in a single server. So I built this sign in that automatically updates. It's now been expanded to 64 characters. There's several others as well, and some new sorting options. Something else new is the GDPR TOS, Terms of Service. There's a built-in HTML editor we've had for a while that integrates with the Diva front page. This allows you to bring this box up on their screen when a hypergrid or normal user comes in. They have to click the link, read this, click accept, or they're going to get booted from the system. And I said it's integrated with the Diva TOS. It does not use Apache or PHP, so you don't even have to have those options turned on. Many people do not. The other thing we have is a free SSL automatically renewing certificates for Apache. They automatically renew. We have all the security patches that I can think of, along with what OpenSim has done. You can see anything in this presentation with the asterisk is basically new or updated. There's also an important fix for no res. Turns out that the default in OpenSim when you create a sim is to allow anybody to just destroy your sim. So I've disabled that, and I've also fixed it in OR loads. ORs carry that permission with you, so be careful, guys. If you've got scripts and you've got the res on, you need to turn that off on your sims, and in your sandboxes where you have it on, please just set a reasonable auto return time. Otherwise, you're going to find certain people wandering around. They've hit almost every grid. They even hit this grid here just recently. So if you don't want thousands of little pink floppy objects, I suggest you turn that off or use a dream grid. That's kind of crazy, but that's the way it is. So another thing that we've added is a setting in the settings where you can adjust that and turn that on and off. We've got a lot of third-party modules. This is a list of all the different things that have been added recently. You talk about a LAMP stack, a Linux, Apache, MySQL, PHP. We've got Windows, so it's a WAMP stack, Windows, Apache, MySQL, PHP, Perl, and so on and so on and so on stack that's all up and integrated. So another thing that's new I've changed out the third-party modules quite a bit and updated them for partnering. We have a nice partnering system that's built into DreamGrid. We have integrated backup modules that don't use the OpenSim backup system. We have an upgraded destination guide, which I'll mention a little bit more soon. Then there is integrated search has been upgraded. The only thing that's still missing is classified ads in the destination guide and search areas. So you've got automatically updating destination guides. It's now been integrated into the viewer in many, many other ways as well. So all these tabs work, but classifieds. It's at outworlds.com/search if you want to try it manually, and it's open to any grid, not just DreamGrids to use. I've also upgraded the dynamic DNS system. This is a free, no registration required DNS for everybody. I've since added, the last few years, I added nworlds.net to the outworlds.net domain because it was available. And I've just recently added dreamgrid.org capability as well. So I'm looking for other domains that we can use to run around. It's free. It doesn't block anything. It's just a way of supporting the infrastructure. So I've got a couple of Contabo servers running full time, as well as the search, which was Hyperica. I've turned off Hyperica. I bought that from Maria Korolov a few years ago, and I've integrated it down to automated all of the functions in it. So I no longer am using that domain. It just redirects to the Outworlds if anybody's wondering about that. Let's see. There's Smart Boot mode's been around for a while. It's a very useful mode. It operates like Kitely. It shuts down a region when no one is in it. That means that you don't use any memory or any CPU. This year we really perfected the Smart Suspend. It's a new mode. It doesn't require, like Kitely, to use cloud servers. It runs on any of this Windows box. It's very, very fast. It suspends a system almost instantly. And then if you teleport to it and click go, you will be there in just a few seconds. It unsuspends it, swaps it off of disk, brings it into memory, and runs it from the next tick mark onward. So it's extremely powerful. We've run, an interesting stat was one gentleman took an Apple M1, which is a 4-core Apple piece of silicon that emulates the Intel instruction set. And on it, he booted 300 regions in 8 gigs of RAM and got instantaneous access to all 3 of them. That's kind of amazing. I myself have run as much as 23 gigabytes in a 8 gigabyte rather wimpy PC. So this is a very interesting development in the future and allow you to run many, many regions. Speaking of those regions, we've got a lot of help on them. There's now 70 plus help manuals. There's a big PDF manual. It's all synchronized with the Outworlds website now. These are open source on GitHub. So if you want to contribute, you can download them, edit them, change them, and then ask me to merge them in. They are automatically synced. What I basically do is run one document. It loads all the others. I save it as a PDF, and then it automatically merges them into the Outworlds website. The Outworlds website, in turn, supports 134 different translations to basically every manual that you can, language that you can ask. Also, something that I've continue to pursue, there are over 30 different languages in the graphical user interface in DreamGrid. So I frequently see German, Portuguese, and other speakers using the system when I remote in to help. That's very encouraging that there's so many. There's now 232 free ORs. I have probably 70 more of them to go. Now, we started with about 15. We rapidly grew to about 60 over the last 5 years. We're now at 232. They are being reviewed and monitored and received, moderated by Marina Monentes. Hi, Marianne, I see you over there in the audience. They've cost several tens of thousands of dollars just in the last year alone to get exclusive licensing agreements to them, which means they belong to us now. I have open sourced them all. And what I've added is the ability at the top to search for them by date and time or type, or you can just type in names or phrases or sizes like 2x2 or 3x3 or any of the names that are in them, as well as through some of the manuals, the license agreements. So you can look for certain license agreements as well. That's very nice. There's also a builder we've had for some time that automatically will load all 232 into your system all at one time if you've got the RAM or you've been running smart boot mode. So I think that's quite amazing. We've got about 70 more to come too, by the way. Now let me talk about this statistics right here. I told you I'd do a little statistics. I find this particular thing is amazing. Now Maria over at Hypergrid Business is always publishing stats about how this thing works. So I just wanted to give you the summary. I ran a query this morning and updated it. There are now 8,519 OpenSim full grids that have been tracked over the last 4 or 5 years. I have a web crawler that crawls them. There are currently 527, I'll call them other grids. Those are the big grids, non-dream grids. How many dream grids there are, you can subtract the two and get an idea. But most of them, you know, they use them for a while, they change their names, they move on. But these are unique grids. This year alone, we've had 1,957 dream grids running. They range from a single sim up to about 330 regions. There's quite a few rather large ones, and some are in Marina's top 5 and top 10, 20 list that she produces. That's 65,000 Second Life equivalent grids if you count them as VARs. And at SL prices, you have to pay $229 a month per each one of those little VAR regions, which would be about $15 million in tier a year. But you've also got to buy the region. And of course, in DreamGrid, they're all free. So the one-time setup fee is $349. When I was there, it was $500. But anyway, it's gotten cheaper. I guess they have to. That'd be another almost $23 million just in the first year alone, which totals $203 million in tier last year alone. So some of you guys need to buy me a beer sometime, okay? I find that to be an amazing statistic. That's a lot of money that we've taken away from the small grid, because we're about 10 times the size at least of them now as far as regions are concerned. So they're not the big grid anymore when it comes to space. They're just not. And I don't count the number of OS grid or other big grids regions in this list. That's just the regions that we're using. So that's a lot. So I've got a few other things coming up. There is stuff I'm just releasing probably this weekend. Y'all know about 360 Viewer. That's where you can go in. You have to right-click in Firestorm your buttons, show all the buttons, and drag the 360 Viewer up onto your screen. And then when you click it, you can make these high-resolution photographs. If anybody wants to see one, you can go to right now, Outworlds, Outworlds with a Z, .com/VR. There is a script and a folder. What you do is you take a picture, you point it at that folder in your dream grid, and it automatically builds you a virtual reality 360 view you can scan around and zoom at. It's pretty cool. You can also, it has code in there. I'm still working on the manuals, by the way, so after the show, if you want to come by my booth here and take a look at and talk to me about it, there's iframes you can use to put it on WordPress, like the previous presentation, or Joomla, or your own blog, or whatever. That's pretty nice. It's outworlds. Thank you, Lear. That's the correct link. I appreciate that. I'm working currently on OpenSim as a service. OpenSim and DreamGrid are not the same thing. DreamGrid sets it up, runs it, monitors, stops it, starts it, does all these things. But once you've started it, you don't need it anymore. You can just go file, quit now, and DreamGrid goes away, and OpenSim continues to work as normal. Those are going to be pushed into a service, which is like a background task. So if your server crashes and boots up and you've set it up right, it will just start your robust and then run through all the regions. Then if you want to control it or change it or start it or stop it or work on it or load an OR, just start the GUI. It reattaches like it does right now. You can actually do this now. Just exit and start. And it will hook onto the system and monitor it again. It tracks the events and shutdowns and starts. So OpenSim as a service will be really cool because that's one of the major problems because Windows updates pretty often and your machine stops. The endless land and sea option is where it creates water to fill in between your regions so you can sail endlessly. I'm working on endless roads, also a mesh tree planter to get rid of the linden plants that it can plant. The endless roads, Laura S. has been working on trains. I hope to set that up to where we can make endless trains. Basically, it's a set of regions that have an N, an E, an S, and a W in them. It allows you to travel north, east, south, or west on roads that run continuously forever. Ubud Umarov says the region should be about the size of the United States when we're done, and you can just travel endlessly. Joomla, yeah, we have tree, glass, and plants, everything like that already, Austin. I'm still waiting for you, AI, to give a speech on how to tie AI in, which I'm also showing at the end of the this presentation. And then, of course, I've still got to fix the dang classified ads. So I'm starting to run out of time here. Let me see here. We've got another minute or two for questions and such. But before I do that, I have 4 of the regions set up over here at OSCC Expo Zone 6. If you look on your map, it's the 3rd one at the top from the left, I believe. This is examples of 4 of the free sims along with PowerPoint slides. A very nice talking Caesar that has an animated face using WebGL technology, which works in OpenSim now. We've also got all this region is free as well, so you can take the NPCs, you can have your nice little, I've got a little cute little, what do you call it? It's a dung beetle over there that's kind of fun to play with. And then I'm just going to be over here at upper right-hand corner, I think it is. That's the upper left one, OSCC 3, excuse me, I'm kind of confused. 6 is to the right, this is 3. And I'll be in booth 23. It's just at the entrance, you make a right turn. And I'll be over there for the next hour or so to answer any questions. Okay, well, thank you very much. Any questions you want to type in?
Yeah, I've got a couple questions saved for you, Fred. Here is one from Olive Tree. If she creates regions on her computer using Dream Grid system, can she still link them to the OS grid?
Yes, you can. You can switch to either of 3 modes, which allows you to be a standalone grid. You boot up in a standalone grid, then you can change it to OS grid mode. You'll have to create your regions and type in the correct coordinates for OS grid to use them, and it should just automatically connect to OS grid and add the region when you start your grid up. You'll have to log into OS grid, and you can have as many regions as you want there, and Dream Grid will maintain them. The other mode, the 3rd mode, is for you to connect to any arbitrary grid. It takes perhaps 1 or 2 other little things you have to type in. Depends on whether you're running on your LAN to LAN or LAN to grid externally. But there's nothing to stop you from allowing people to connect to your grid using Dream Grid, your grid to grid, in other words, to build well, I think Dream Grid is just a grid of grids, to be honest with you. But yes, the answer is yes, you can certainly do that.
Okay, great. Thanks. I have another quick question from Snootswagon, asking you to perhaps repeat what you said about Windows auto updates. Is that because it's a service that you were talking about?
Yeah, Windows has this nasty habit of just announcing, well, I'm shutting down and rebooting, and you wake up in the morning and you don't see your Dream Grid running. I put alerts on mine through various free services and have to log in, sometimes weekly, monthly. I run a very advanced form of Windows, so sometimes it's even daily. It's a real pain. And so you have to manually log in, and click start. It's 1 click if you've got it set right to start it up again. So running it as a service will allow you in the future to just start OpenSim up when the machine boots. You won't see the DOS boxes. They'll be hidden away. You'll still be able to chat with them. You can talk to them, connect to them, and Dream Grid control them. I've started to work on that. I've done this many times over the last 15 years at work. So it's not that hard. It's just kind of tricky.
Okay. I think we have time for one more question. Art Blue has a question. Looks like it's about creating avatars as a Dream Grid client. Are they born as system avatars, looking like, I think this is looking like a being of 2009? Is that the
Okay.
look that you're talking about?
We're stock OpenSim, so we get whatever OpenSim delivers with a few mods. It's rather easy to add new ones. AI Austin has a good article about it. Basically, what you'll do is you create avatars called male avatar, female avatar, and neutral avatar. You cannot use any system clothing. You have to copy it and put it into your inventory. You can use mesh clothing, whether you build the avatar the way you want. This is important. You take it all off, you put it on again. And now that you have a male avatar, when someone selects male in the menu to log in, they will now be that person. I would check at AI Austin's blog. He has some really good stuff. I don't have it at the tip of my fingers. I think he's here. You might ask him to send you a link. AI, if you're listening, maybe you could find that link for us for your how to do it.
Okay.
And then I see one quick one. Nara, it's WebGL is now supported automatically. You'll need to, well, WebGL is just the technology that we now support. If you have WebGL, you can put it up in Media on-prem. It's that easy. You just got to know how WebGL works.
Okay. Well, we are out of time. Thank you so much, Fred, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin after the break at 12:30 in this keynote region and is entitled Open Metaverse Panel. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 22 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker and the audience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 12:30 to 1:30 session of the 2022 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, the Open Metaverse Interoperability Panel. Our panel is Mal Burns, Ivo Henning, Josephine Dorado, and Jesse Alton. Mal Burns is the host of In-World Review, a weekly news and discussion program mostly focused on the hypergrid, which has been running for over 15 years. Ivo Henning has 20 years of experience or more as an interactive showrunner, production strategist, and a creative force of nature, connecting brilliant visionaries and teams with resources, ideas, and opportunities. Josephine Dorado is an award-winning developer, designer, and educator with a focus on immersive learning and social impact. With a portfolio that has garnered multiple Fulbright Awards and a MacArthur Foundation Award in digital media and learning, her work concentrates on innovation in VR and extended reality experiences. Jesse Alton, Mr. Metaverse, he founded a community of open metaverse evangelists called Angel XR and co-founded the Open Metaverse Interoperability Group at https://omnigroup.org. It's omigroup.org. Please check out the website found at the conference.openseminar.org for speaker bios, details about the sessions, and the full schedule of events. Now, this session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC22. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session. Over to you, Mal.
Well, thanks very much, Leah. It's good to be back here again. We're here every year, aren't we, more or less? If you're a regular here, you'll notice that my Saturday panel, I'm normally joined by Adam Frisby, and that actually had been the plan this year. Unfortunately, I've got to inform you that he contracted COVID, and he thought he was on the way to recovery and would be able to actually speak today, but unfortunately he can't. So contrary to what it says in the earlier version of the program, he's not here, but I'm sure you'll join me in wishing him the absolute best of get well soon and all that sort of stuff. We're also hoping to be joined, he's not here yet actually, otherwise known as Mr. Metaverse. I know this morning in Eastern time he was on a 10-mile marathon run, so I hope he hasn't done something to himself, but he was pretty sure he'd be here, so maybe he's just been a bit delayed. We will hope for the best. So it comes to me to really start chatting anyway with Inkenzo, who I know as Ivo, and well, actually I know you most as Inkenzo from way back when, but
way back in the day in Second Life, circa 2006, I think we met, Mom.
Yeah, way back when, yeah, for sure. And yeah, I've always remembered your name as well. It's one of the memorable Avatar names, as it were. And we're also joined by Josephine Funk Soup. Don't let me slip up and say Tech Soup again, please.
Hello.
There is a commonality there, but welcome, Josephine, too.
Thank you.
And both of you guys, or girls, I should say, I don't know, are members of OMI, and as indeed am I. I just pop in once a week to keep an eye on what's going on and publicise what I can where I can, really. But in your separate ways, you're both part of OMI. Now, I'm going to leave it to you, I guess, as it were, to describe OMI a little bit. I always think of it as Open Metaverse Initiative, but it isn't. It's
interoperability, yes.
Interop. So there we go. It could be the same thing, couldn't it, really?
It is an initiative of sorts, but it is very much a focused initiative.
Yeah. And of late, we have made contact with, firstly, the Metaverse Standards people who started up about 6 months ago, and more recently, we've got these other people who in February are going to have an Open Sim conference, except that the sponsors are Lamina, or is it Lamina that pronounced it?
Lamina One is one of many funds in the space. And so let me take a
Yeah.
step back and we can talk a
Yeah.
little bit about the history of how we got here over the last few years, if you'd like.
Let's do that, Eva. I'll start with you.
Yeah. So, as some of you know, I've been in Virtual Worlds production with Avatar Joy and Funk Soup and Mal and many others here for over 15 years. I jumped in about 2004 into Second Life and stayed in as a professional developer for about 5-6 years. And even throughout many other WebXR and VR productions, I stayed very closely tied to the open source community related to all things VR and AR, but also what became WebXR and the beginnings of the open metaverse on the web. And so I stayed lightly engaged in the research, although many of you have been more full-time engaged in that research for the last 20 years. I have worked with many of you on various products and tooling initiatives over the time. Mr. Metaverse, however, reached out to me pretty early on in the pandemic and let me know that he wanted to form this group that would be a W3C working group, community group to start, but that would work toward tooling, protocols, everything that leads into the standardization process, all the way up, but not necessarily focusing on standards, really focusing more on open research and development in a community of like-minded people who believe that we need an open metaverse in order to thrive together. So we've been able to form a community group that is now a functional and amazing initiative on interoperability. And that includes many different groups and many different initiatives. One of the things that grew out of that was a project called Meta Traversal, which was a series of 6 events co-hosted by Neil Trevitt, Ben Irwin, and Terry Schlesser. And in that process, Neil Trevitt, who also leads Kronos Group, was very clear that we needed more of a constellation of standards. And that's what led into forming the Metaverse Standards Forum, which is now thousands of professionals working across these industries. And that includes digital twins, that includes mixed reality and live streaming, AR, VR, XR, and all of the places where that meets the open web. So while Mr. Metaverse and Funk Soup and Avatar Joy and many here are a part of a great community of people doing this research, so are you, and we invite you to be a part of that initiative. So Mal, I hope that takes a step back, but we've been around for a year and a half, almost 2 years as a community group. Yeah. We now sit with other bodies that are standards making bodies, but we do the sort of early stage research before you get to standardization.
Yeah, the main meeting point, as it were, for me is their Discord channel. And I've lost count of how many people are in it. I mean, when I just pop in for the weekly roundup,
It's over 500 engineers from around the world, of which I would say 100 are active in different groups working on GLTF or avatar interoperability or other initiatives of a wide nature, including touching the real world metaverse and research here too.
And of course, although he couldn't make it, Adam is one of those who's working on the GLTF thing, isn't he? The scripting sort of stuff.
Yes. So extensions and making sure that our extensions and our creative work, our 3D objects and our scenes work across the open metaverse, work anywhere and can be shared easily. So that's the deep work of interoperability, is making sure that creators can thrive and making sure that we can take our work with us and do so in safe and secure, but also collaborative ways.
Right. I will come back to this in a minute, particularly with a view to, I know there's a lot of devs here because it's the core devs of OpenSim, so to speak, who may well be keen to know about ways in which aspects of the OpenSim environment might possibly interoperate or connect somehow with other open source plugins, as it were, that you might be working on. But first of all, I'll go to Josephine. Maybe you just like to give a roundup about yourself in a sort of same manner that Inkenzo has done, really. There. Oh, sorry, Evo. Just introduce yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Mel. And thanks, Ivo and Kenzo, aka and Kenzo. Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, going way back to when Avatar Joy and you and I were all working together in the early 2000s on Second Life, these sort of virtual world experiences. It also goes way back there for me as well. And one of the first programs that I co-founded in Second Life in the early 2000s was Kids Connect, which was a international exchange program that connected students in different countries through creative collaboration and theatrical performance. So that was back in, I think it was like in 2005 or something like that. So, so yeah, going back to that, and then fast forwarding, things just sort of developed and evolved, and some more recent experiences were that I was involved with the WHO, and they have a really cool augmented reality mass casualty simulation experience that they're working on. So I was working on that with them. I think it's a fantastic way to implement XRs in mass casualty scenarios, and then also am now working on an immersive XR immersive learning experience with different sorts of naval defense, and trying to scale out also to education and public health. But I think what sort of resonated for me with what Kenzo was saying about the Open Metaverse Interoperability Group is that the whole sort of idea of like the Open Metaverse being inclusive and being accessible and being for everyone. So it goes back to sort of like Tony Parisi's whole idea of the metaverse is for everyone. And not just in concept, right? In applicability too. You know, when we were working on Kids Connect, Joyce and I, in fact, and friends also together, you know, we often were working with kids and folks that were in sort of like internet challenged areas, and sort of always were trying to work towards an experience that was immersive and still inclusive. So that means, you know, looking across what is available and not just, you know, high-end headsets and things like that. You know, so I'm quite bullish these days about WebXR, and that, you know, the XR experience should be across device agnostic, right? So sure, it can work in headsets, but also it should work on the web, and also it should work on mobile, you know. And I was really attracted to OMI because of the fact that the folks involved in that were also very concerned in a very thoughtful way about making the metaverse accessible across devices and across platforms. And I think it's really important too, because I guess you could also say an analogy is, you know, in the early web days when HTML standards were still being written, there were folks in groups like this that were making sure that HTML was a standard that was interoperable. And otherwise, we'd have these walled gardens where, you know, perhaps the Facebook and the AOL platforms and versions of HTML would be different. So if you can imagine like different walled, you know, virtual worlds across the metaverse, that's something that we don't want. We want an open metaverse. So I think that this is the time now to really focus on that.
Yeah, exactly. A very crucial time, really, when we see what's suddenly going on as a result of
yeah, exactly.
proclamations about their vision for the metaverse. It's the in word. I don't think anybody understands what they're talking about out there, really, but it's the in thing, and it is the time to make sure that the terminology, let alone the practicality, isn't actually hijacked by big players who are operating walled gardens, quite frankly. Worse than walled gardens in some respects. Okay, now bringing that a little bit back into focus. You mentioned WebXR. That was another question I was actually going to bring up. There's a chap in the audience here I know. I think I'm going to be set to interview him in somewhere else, not before long, who has actually been running video tutorials about Frame and stuff. And I know, for example, Omi have investigated Frame. Then you've got Mozilla's hubs, although that's changing, of course. But it seems to me that a lot of the more practical instances of new so-called metaverse platforms I'm seeing are actually WebXR. They're based, there's even a sort of the Cyber Lounge, who I interviewed here a couple of years ago, where it's based on the web, but it actually looks like OpenSim because they literally built it here, I think, and then moved it across. Don't quote me on that. But do you think the movement here is going to be towards something that is a federation, a bit like Fediverse is for that matter, based on based coming out of the web and connecting that way? Or do you think we're talking about? Do you think the future will actually hold something that's much deeper, cross-platform sort of protocol, if you like? Just your thoughts on that, really. I'll go for you first, Eva. I think.
Well, these developments are uneven, but we are absolutely moving right now toward more of a Fediverse approach. If you look at how we use Discord today across worlds and across the open web, most metaverse platforms I'm talking to right now are looking at some form of web interoperability. Now, not all of them have full web interoperability or use WebXR, but many of them are thinking about or are thinking ahead to a place for that. Now, many of them won't be able to support the kind of portals that we've seen grow across some of these WebXR platforms over the last year. And that's the sort of research we've been doing in a more deep way. I do think we're going to get there in terms of the 3D web and being able to really move effectively into certain types of spaces. Now, that doesn't include private spaces. That is the public, right? And what is public and what is private are being redefined, completely redefined right now. So as we figure out what are the contours of the 3D web, it is going to include some form of public commons that we can move between. And yes, absolutely, that's going to start as a sort of Fediverse or a multiverse approach. But does that where we end up? No, that's the beginning.
Yeah. How about I'll ask you, Josephine, in fact, things like assets and stuff like that. Here in OpenSim, Ferd, who was on the panel here before lunch, operates a system called Outworlds, and it's a sub thing of OpenSim, but the magic of it is, as I found out a few years ago, is that I can literally put an installation of OpenSim on my own computer, offline as it were, and then connect it, with the greater hypergrid. But it means that when I go traveling around collecting things or whatever, all the assets remain in the inventory of my world, which is on my own computer. Philip Rosedale's High Fidelity, and I think it's Vicadia now, operates a similar thing where you log in, your home space is actually a space that's on your own computer, and then you move out from it into the greater connected world. Do you think that again might be the sort of extended hypergrid but with private servers? Do you think that might be a kind of model for a future interop? Josephine or
Hi. Yeah, no, I didn't know if you wanted me to address that. Yeah, I think that's sure. I think that's such an interesting question because really it's also a question of home, and sort of the fluidity of home, especially amidst a multiverse. So I think that's a really, really good question. I think the answer is pretty fluid right now. I think what you're describing is sort of the more standard approach of like, okay, we have home on our quote unquote home on our local computer, and then it opens up to other portals and other multiverse experiences and things like that. Although I would love to see, approach that also sort of like you could sort of like pack up home into your sort of inventory briefcase and take it with you and open it up in any platform. And I know that OMI has also been experimenting with these sorts of experiences of sort of like bringing home with you and opening home up wherever you are, which is also a lovely thing. I would also say too that the experience of sort of like an on-premise home, rather sort of like a localized home, is not such a bad idea overall, though, because, for example, when you're working in sort of rural communities, and like I know with the WHO, we were also very concerned about like, how are we going to do this mass casualty scenario? We can't do it like in a connected way. It has to be run on-premise, completely localized, and then sort of, synced up later. You do want to have that completely sort of mesh network, all local approach that is then connected at a later time and synced up. So I think the idea of home being local, yes, but then also the idea of packing up your home and taking it with you, also yes.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's like for assets, on the hypergrid, we have something called a suitcase, which is basically where you put the objects you want to take with you as you cross into other grids. But yeah, no, you're right. I mean, I love the idea of a home room on my desktop, and I teleport out of it onto the hypergrid and to go wherever I want to go. But that's because I sit around with a 2D screen in front of me all the while, which is my preferred way of interfacing. But of course, if I was out and about, I can't really carry my home on my iPhone. We're not at a stage where the world can be on your iPhone yet. Well, it can, but very small window. So I mean, I can see difficulties in the idea of sticking with the idea of one's region that's your home and that you teleport out of. But it's sort of it's an idea there. It might prove a bit more kind of difficult on the web. Okay, what do you? I sort of asked this at the beginning in a roundabout way, I think. Do you can you see ways in which that something like the idea of a platform, be it like Second Life or Fortnite or any of these other things, if they were open, connecting with the idea of the web thing? There's a lady presenting here tomorrow, Nora Nuke, who in a very simple way has actually put virtual worlds that are based on the web, whether they're flip books or actual worlds you walk around in, onto prims in OpenSim. So literally I can go to a region, I can walk up to this wall which contains a screen of a virtual world, and I can walk into the wall, and the moment I touch the wall, I'm transported onto that website, which is a virtual world in itself. Now that's a lovely feeling, be able to do that, move from one place to the other, but it is presumably strictly limited. There aren't apart from Second Life, there aren't many places that are like OpenSim. So do you think that these things can come together?
I think we're already starting to see that, but addressability across multiple platforms is a challenge. There's a handful of social and political challenges to interoperability that need to be addressed in terms of cross-platform engagement. Right now, there are platforms like Croquet, for example, that do allow for that. And you can check out Croquet right now. They are open source. You can download their microverse, and they have a second product that just released this week to make your own basically 3D websites easily, where you could do that and then, for example, point people to your OpenSim worlds. So that would be the first step, is something like Croquet. I think we're going to see a lot of similar tooling, whether it's from Hubs and Frame and the sort of early WebXR spaces, but also from some of the existing VR worlds. Obviously, Meta's looking at some of this. Some of the other sort of well-known VR ecosystems are certainly looking at how people will be able to walk between 3D web spaces, right? Because WebXR, we've been creating WebXR experiences now for 5+ years. There hasn't been search, there hasn't been discoverability. So without those two things, we've generally had a mismatch between what is available in the open metaverse and what people actually know about or can get to. And so as we deal with the challenges of addressability, right? How do you find the things? And the Fediverse, right? The community aspect, how do we refer each other from one place to another? Because much of this is just like in the Second Life days, in the OpenSim early days, it's friends telling friends about where to go and what to do. And so we haven't figured out how to scale that sort of friends of friends communication yet.
Even in places like Second Life, which arguably have scaled to, they're probably their maximum now, but the tribal instinct still remains. As you say, people spread it around friends, come join me and whatever. And actually what tends to happen is that there'll be whole tribes. I mean, I remember my ex-partner Lake Martin, used to tell me about Talk City, I think it was, the Apple thing, which she was on. And then whole communities would move from there to like their.com, and then from there to Second Life, and then from there to OpenSim. And it was an extension of that friends thing. You know, the tribe is created, and then the tribe is moving to the most appropriate place. You know, every few years it maybe jumps to a new place that better suits it. On the other hand, I don't know. Wouldn't the word of mouth thing sort of I mean, obviously it's totally invaluable, but wouldn't it kind of maybe, if it was all just down to that, would it inhibit the growth of something, or do you think an inhibited growth is actually a good thing? I.e., if it grows slowly, it's a bit more authentic than if somehow it launches in one foul swoop and everybody wants to be in there.
I'll go ahead and take that one now. I think that's sort of a multi-layered. There's a multi-layered answer there. I know that, you know, when I met folks, friends, and colleagues in Second Life, we also migrated, you know, simultaneously to Twitter at the same time, and then some folks went to OpenSim, others play, you know. So there's definitely sort of like an early adopter mentality that, you know, that a lot of us sort of are trying out these very emergent platforms, and then once like the sort of like the early curve is there, then we're off and we're interested in the next big thing. What's the next new exciting thing? So I think that you know, these sort of like early adopter tribes, you know, that are often these immersive, you know, we're all in these immersive platforms, that sort of creates this early interest. And then as things grow, sort of like more mainstream consumers get involved in it, and then it starts really scaling out. So I definitely feel like this particular tribe, us, you know, here at OSCC, we're definitely sort of like on that early curve, you know. We're going to be populating sort of like the next big immersive thing or things. But it's important to have that, and it's important to have like the, you know, mainstream consumers to scale it out and see what actually it becomes. Because when a platform is first created, it needs, like, the folks that use it need to sort of find what it's most optimal for, right? Like, so there's kind of an incubation period that happens with every new technology where it's created, and then like it finds its place because the users use it and sort of find optimal uses for it. So I'm not sure if that actually answers your question.
Well, we'd be here all day if you tried to answer the whole thing, but it's raising the issues in the back of our minds, should I say. Now, the other thing is, I know in your case, Josephine, you and in Joyce at the conference here are parts of the, I've got the standards, what are they called again?
Metaverse Standards Forum.
That's right. Now I know,
right. Yeah.
I know Omi has made connections there too, but I do know that you and Joyce are part of the subgroup that kind of is very much focused on that. Can you maybe tell us a little about them? As you know, we've talked about Omi. We'll come back to Omi, but maybe just give us a little brief on those.
Yes. Also, I mean, Evelyn and Kenzo also very much involved with that as well.
Yeah.
And Jesse, who's not here right now. But sure, yeah. So the Metaverse Standards Forum was created after OMI was, but it's more of a formal structure to explore standards and interoperability, making interoperability more formalized. So they're not calling themselves a standards creating organization, but a lot of it is sort of like these working groups that are created towards the exploration of interoperability, making interoperability a priority. What's interesting about it is that the members are mostly companies. Like to join as a member, you have to be affiliated with a company, but you can be sort of a smaller company. There are some very large companies that are a part of it too. Kronos has actually helped to get it off the ground and have created the infrastructure for it. So you're seeing a mix of sort of like large tech companies in it and also smaller independent. And the very crucial role that OMI has played is that a lot of folks in OMI are independent creators and, you know, freelancers, a lot of content creators that have been in immersive development for a very long time, back in the early, days of Second Life, in fact. And we want to make sure that those smaller independent creators have a voice, right? So the idea was that OMI gets involved in the Metaverse Standards Forum by going to meetings, documenting things, passing that information of what's happening in the Metaverse Standards Forum back to OMI members to make sure that those smaller independent creators have a voice and the voices don't get lost in the things that are being created with the Metaverse Standards Forum, because in fact, we want to make sure that everything, again, stays open.
Yeah, of course, we all want to interconnect. I mean, I think it's safe to say that the Standards Forum, because as you say, it's made up of some pretty big companies, great to have them involved. But I think that at the end of the day, you can't guarantee everything in there is going to be open source, but maybe the standards will be common. Whereas OMI, I'll let Inkenzo answer this, really has been devoted from the start to the idea of an open metaverse, and I would say open source, really, or the code you've contributed, the audio emitters and things like that. This is all open source contribution, isn't it?
Correct. It is extending what has been started as open source in the case of GLTF, or building new open source tooling as well. So there are existing open source standards, for example, with avatars using VRM, where some of our members are extending the ability of a VRM avatar to go across worlds and be rigged properly and do its animations properly, that sort of thing. So there's a wide variety of independent creator research that happens within OMI that isn't really supported elsewhere. And we do this, obviously it's all volunteer, it's open source, we're not funded. We do this because we believe that the space needs to be a level playing field. And places like Metaverse Standards Forum can become very sort of corporate heavy, and I want to encourage all of you to participate, because you do not have to be a part of a corporation. You do have to use an institutional email, but that can be a university, that can be a nonprofit as well. So I joined originally as part of a nonprofit called XR Guild, which I helped found during the pandemic as well. And many of you who are here can participate in groups like Metaverse Standards Forum if you care about the standardization process and pushing back with companies on those agreements. But we would love to have you at OMI, especially if you're interested in the early stage, the research and development that isn't well funded yet, the kinds of things that happen in hack together sessions when you get avatars walking between worlds. We do more of that sort of edgy and early stage research, and we welcome all of you to come and participate. We're in Discord, but we're also doing demos pretty much everywhere. Our members are active in, I would say, at least 40 different open metaverse platforms of some nature.
I've seen on the weekly Discord meets, for example. I know there's masses of them, but on the general one, I've seen you do members do demos there and things. And of course, in the case of OMI, as opposed to the Standards Authority, that's open to individuals, really. Anybody who supports the idea, isn't it? Well, two things actually. You obviously spread yourselves around everywhere, don't we all, if we can? But I would say the Discord community is the real hub there. And I've become very much an advocate of Discord. In fact, we're recording the audio here on Discord now, in fact, in the sense that although there's a lot of every, subculture in every grid everywhere, the game has got a Discord channel. If you think of the platform level or sort of things, I've got a Discord channel called Hypergrid Adventurers and Explorers, Creators and Explorers, which is basically anybody who does creativity or likes going on trips can join that server, and then I have sub channels for individual grids that are on the hypergrid. But over and beyond that, and some other open sim ones, and of course the OMI channels, it seems to me you could almost hold a conference on Discord where you can have 50 virtual worlds all in a conversation with one representative from each and screen sharing. So you literally you can bring one world up to another, and you can already have that communication between worlds, because Discord sits really happily in the middle there. It was, after all, designed for gamers, so the parallels are kind of there. Do you think as a movement, it would be possible to, I don't want to say hijack Discord, but to take something that's basic like that and actually evolve it to actually suit our purposes.
Could, but
I know a
it
lot of people.
isn't necessarily the best tool for that. So, for example, early on in the pandemic, I helped produce the IEEE and VR conference, which was managed through Zoom and then multicast through Twitch and then brought into over 100 hubs rooms. Right. And so if you're thinking about a conference with many different sessions happening concurrently and simultaneously across many virtual worlds platforms, you know, Discord is an okay tool until you go to a country where it's not working. Every tool has a breakdown point, and right now, none of the interoperability tools are bulletproof.
Yeah. It raises a question. Should
Right. So we get to breakdowns that are sometimes political in nature as well, right?
Oh.
So governments that want to control all comms don't necessarily want to allow for tooling that, you know, enables people to talk around the world. So there are political and policy-driven conversations also in play that make those things hard, but the technology exists, right? We could do this, and Metatraversal was part of that, right? So the Metatraversal events were really inviting all of the different metaverse platform creators to come to the table, share their interoperability work and agreements and where they were headed, and that really led to a number of deep dive conversations that formed the Metaverse Standards Forum, but also led to some great partnerships. And we're seeing the beginnings of the fruit of that labor now. That's not to say that we have lots of people working toward an open metaverse. Right now, we still have a lot of people working toward their own flavor of a planet of the metaverse, right? They're building their own little worlds instead of thinking about how they all connect together.
Okay, I'm going to come to some more basic questions, I think, shortly. But bearing in mind that, I don't know, it's a pity Mr. Metaverse hasn't actually managed to get it yet, because I thought he might actually be the one to sort of address best, like the devs in the room, so to speak. But both of you are familiar with how OpenSim works, and therefore you you know, building with prims and the things you can do. I think you both know that generally. I'm wondering, for people in the audience here now, we want to encourage them, especially the devs and maybe even the creators, to actually take an interest in OMI. You know, there are so many subgroups and work groups in OMI that a designer, a builder, a coder, they can all find their little niche there if they're interested. And I'm hoping to get them interested, because is there any way between the two of you can sort of give examples or explain the sort of thing that a dev here might be able to contribute in OMI, and then in fact serve both parties? In other words, the work they would do with you might be usable here, or things they do here might be usable there, so to speak. Again, there's a loaded question, really, but your thoughts? Yeah.
I can speak towards that, Mal, and I'm sure that Eva will add to it as well. But yeah, for sure. So I also do development as well. I think that for OMI, I'm actually much more concentrated on the sort of MSF delegate policy side, but with the dev background of any kind, I would say that folks are welcome to come in. As Evo mentioned, there are some really fun and productive hacking sessions that are held on, for example, there's the Avatar Interoperability Working Group, and they meet weekly, or I'm not sure exactly what the schedule is, but they are specifically concentrating on making, like, what you had talked about before, about sort of these questions with home and like what you can bring with yourself, with your avatar. How does your avatar present? And then also identity. Your avatar becomes your identity. How does identity represent in these different platforms, as well as wearables, sort of the interoperability of wearables that you bring with you, and portals. So I feel like there's so much within all of those subtopics that one can get into in some of these hacking sessions. But the groups that I've popped into have been, oh, and the more and newer group, Ivo can probably speak through that a little bit more, is UX research of sort of immersive, and interoperable experiences. But yeah, I would say that everyone is very welcoming, and don't concern yourself with sort of like the degree of development you have in your background. Just come on in.
Yeah. And it is very easy, just to go to a general meeting once a week on Wednesdays on Discord.
Wednesday mornings on Discord, right? And we've done our best to try and make these things super accessible. OMI has a very active GitHub, so we do a lot of project management, and our different groups are sometimes documenting well on GitHub. So would encourage you, if that's useful to you, if you're in the open source space. And if not, and you're looking to create collaborative materials together, and you want to reach out and say, let's create some research materials, let's create some educational materials, let's create some videos together, let's create some blog posts together. We are a fairly large group of community members who can do that with you. So we have an existing web tool. We're using WordPress. One of our members has built WordPress to work for 3D and to work for WebXR, to be able to begin to use that for portaling as well. So we're eager to extend and expand how we are doing this research with others. And then we have a UX research group that's just formed recently. We're going to have a study going out in a few weeks, and we'd love for your participation in that. But part of that is to help understand what are the UX topics specifically in this space that are not well covered. What are the places where we can do the best work together in terms of not just how do we connect our experiences in terms of our own personal grids, and how do we walk between these worlds, but also the more common questions that aren't asked. So I think there's a lot of room for potential collaboration with many of you here, and I hope that you'll reach out. MSF is the Metaverse Standards Forum. So Metaverse Standards Forum formed in the last 9 months. Neil Trivet, and who is at Kronos and NVIDIA, leads that. And so it is a separate organization. It is being formed as a completely separate organization from Kronos and these other initiatives. And honestly, that is where most of the corporate engagement is happening. So if you're interested in participating with companies on forming safety standards or consent and data standards, research standards, all of that, please, we invite you to participate at MSF, and we all do as well.
Neil Trevitt himself has been appeared on video on the weekly things, at OMI, so, keen to be as close as possible. I'd also mention that in February, there's a kind of what they call an Open Metaverse Conference coming up, which it's organized by Lamina, who are saying it's not a promotion for them. And OMI was invited to be a partner, but I think we're now just being a sort of casual collaborator. You've got Neil Stevenson there. We've got Tony Philip Linden is going to be there. What we didn't mention, of course, when we were resuming the early days was the VRML, but is a fund. Oh, right, never mind. Okay, I'm told we're down to our last 5-10 minutes or so. So I'm going to ask Leah in a minute if she's noticed any particular questions we should answer. But I will actually, I'll take the opportunity to use somebody else's question. It's a chap in the audience called Ran Hendricks. Welcome, Ran. He was in our YouTube channel earlier talking, he said, in everyone's opinion, what are the highlights and advances in virtual worlds in the year 2022? And what do you see are the key directions for the year 2023? And I thought, well, yeah, that's a great question. I can relay that question to some of my guests. So I'm going to relay that question to both of you. Outside OMI and over and beyond things, what have been the advances this year, and what do you think might be coming up? Silence.
I didn't know, Ivo, if you wanted to take that first. I can pop in. As far as advances go, I think sort of the connection from physical to digital and back I'm seeing a lot of really incredible advances. I'm working with a company right now that has digital twins that are connected to actual physical machines. So it's like sort of a real-time data exchange, and I think that is really, really exciting and has some pretty cool implications across the and okay, I have to say also, even though I know there's been a lot of like AI hate, like all the advances with AI and ChatGPT with images, but with virtual worlds and like what's going on with stable diffusion and 3D. So, you know, the ability, for example, to take a couple of like 2D photos and extrapolate a 3D space from it in a matter of minutes. And then, of course, tweaking it so that the developers now may become more architects of things. You know,
right?
yeah.
And those are all
they've got an AI that actually writes stuff now as well. So it's
right,
correct.
yeah.
ChatGPT and GPT-3 and coming GPT-4. So there is certainly generative tooling that is already being used in some of these WebXR spaces. For example, I saw a demo in Hubs. There's a couple of the sort of integrations between the generative and the virtual worlds experience that are coming. So that's exciting, but also the more agreement-based stuff. For example, just getting portals working between platforms. That's a huge initiative, and we've seen many groups embracing different versions of that, both for events and for connecting spaces into something that feels more like a community or a neighborhood. So I'm excited for that, you know, being able to walk between our platforms and worlds and really, you know, go on field trips together across the open metaverse. Those things were hard to do a couple of years ago, and it's becoming a lot easier to do, not just here in the hypergrid, but across all of the vast spaces of the open web.
I'll just plug something that, well, it's actually here tomorrow too, but you know, even here, 2 hours after the OMI meeting every Wednesday, I'm back in here for what we call the Hypergrid Safari, where we spend 2 hours every week just jumping from, you know, between 2 or 3 different grids. There's a meet at the clubhouse, and we all go on safari together. Yeah, I gather in the back channel that Mr. Metaverse has actually apologized. He's with family and couldn't make it here, even though he's probably back from his run. So that's a shame, but anyway, we're probably down to about 3 minutes now, actually.
Yeah, and the questions are great here.
Good timing. I'm just going to go to Leah. I think she's got a couple of questions, and I did notice that. Well, I'll go to Leah first. There was somebody in the audience who did a good one, and I can't find it.
There's fantastic orgs for digital twins out there that we do work with. I am not working with the NAMData network that you mentioned there, replacing TCP/IP, but there are initiatives to replace how addresses are handled across the open web, and figuring out what that looks like to move to a 3D web address, so that addressability happens in 3D space instead of in 2D space is one of those initiatives. But there are many different versions of that.
And thank you. That was an answer to the question by Tree Kyomun, who was asking about name data, network folks, and TCP/IP.
That's the one I was looking for.
Yes, we had another comment related to that, and perhaps you've already answered it. He also asks, we need that personal grid concept to really have patient data in the healthcare model if it's going to work in here. And then there's another question by Lisa Laxton. I'll go ahead and give that to you, and then you can chat about it. The question is, are you aware of the Web3D HNM standard for Anna? And I'll put that in the chat too, in case that was not clear. There you go.
Right. Well, we have not very much time. I guess, do either of you know this? I must say, I'm drawing a blank on name data network, but
I mean, I was aware of it like early on. I know it's sort of like an earlier standard, but I haven't seen anything like any sort of like more recent developments, although I think sort of the implications for like movement is interesting. Although what's happening now with the ability to kind of like extrapolate on smaller movements without having to use hand controllers and things like that is, I think, also like potentially really, really interesting.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm really going to have to wrap it. You know, I really want to have 2 or 3 hour sessions here. You know, so I have to take the whole afternoon, but it's not possible. But despite the fact Mr. First did not make it, it feels to me like we've barely touched the surface. But you've been wonderful guests. It covers so much. So I'd like to thank Josephine Funksu. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Inkenzo, because I still
Thank you for having us, Mal. This has been fantastic. And I hope all of you will join us for whether it's at Open Metaverse Interoperability or at the Metaverse Standards Forum or just here on Discord. We look forward to hearing what you're up to and where we can work together. Thanks for having us.
Sure. And we'll make sure that all the details are posted in wherever we post this stuff, so you can file them up if you haven't picked them up in chat already. Okay, well, that's it, folks. I'm actually back tomorrow with the return of the viewer panel, whatever that means.
Thank you, Mel. And thank you, panelists, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 1:30 in this keynote region, and it's entitled The Basel Viewer Experiment. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 22 Poster Expo region in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our panel and to you, the audience.
Live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 1:30 p.m. to 2 o'clock p.m. session of the 2022 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, The Basel Viewer Experiment. Our speaker is Mr. Blue, aka Robert Adams. Robert has been a computer developer and researcher for 40 years. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC22. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hello, all. I'm Robert Adams, aka Mr. Blue Waves. I've been working on OpenSim for forever, and virtual worlds for a long time. I mean, someone mentioned croquet, and I remember going to meetings with Alan Kay in the 90s, talking about the beginning of virtual worlds. So what this talk is about is I started building a viewer for OpenSimulator, and it's kind of an experiment because I'm trying out a new architecture. And so really this presentation is starting out by saying that I failed this year because the presentation title was supposed to be an OpenSimulator viewer on the browser and Unreal Engine. That is, I'd hoped last year to have built two browsers for OpenSimulator. One, it's a browser-based, and one that was Unreal Engine. How was I going to do that? Well, first, as kind of an aside, I believe that OpenSimulator needs its own viewer because it's held back by the capabilities that we have in the third-party viewers that everyone uses. People have been talking in the last presentation about different avatar types, different media types, different interconnection chat systems with different worlds. And we can't easily add those to OpenSim and experiment with them because of the limitations of the viewer. So there are several interesting single developer projects in progress around. I think tomorrow there's a presentation on the redoing the viewer. But the Basel experiment that I tried out is an attempt to create a portable universal 3D world viewer. That is a viewer that would work with any 3D world. So I wanted to be able to allow a VR chat avatar to stand next to an OpenSimulator avatar. And the way I was going to do that was the OpenSimulator is a virtual world simulator system, and it talks to the viewer. And at the moment, the viewer is very tightly tied with lots of world logic. That is, an OpenSimulator viewer is just not going to work with VR chat just because there's just too many differences in the world. So my idea was to separate world logic from the actual renderer. So the renderer could be any different engine, like a browser engine or Unreal Engine, or could be optimized for headsets or whatever it was, and that would be separated from the world logic. And so the world logic part is the user interface, camera object interactions, high-speed interactions that are inside the world, like one of the features of the Second Life viewer is that if an avatar is standing on slanted ground, the feet slant to match the ground, so you don't look like you have fat feet out. It's just little teeny world logic things that exist in there. And then you have this new renderer protocol that talks to the renderer itself. And this is just a little higher level than graphics rendering. It's not like talking bits on the screen. It's talking about things in a 3D space. So once that was done, it would be easy to separate or build two different viewers that just talked this renderer protocol and did this glue between objects in the 3D space and the actual engine. So it was going to be one viewer to rule them all. So you could have the Open Simulator Virtual World talking through this space server. That's what a term I took from the Siricata project that was done back at Stanford many years ago. That would provide that, it serves up the space that Open Simulator has. And then Second Life would have a space server that would talk to Second Life. And then there could be a VR chat one, just as an example. And so on the other side would be the protocols for each of the different languages. And then the basal protocol would be talking to the basal viewer. So the basal viewer itself was supposed to have world logic not embedded in the viewer. The viewer only provides 3D object viewing. And the protocol to the viewer is tuned for displaying these 3D objects. So it's a higher level than the graphics interface, but not all the way into like world logic. And then you could build different viewers for all the different views. So you could have a headset viewer, you could have a thing on the wall viewer, whatever viewer you wanted that would display the 3D items in the world. So what does a universal viewer need? Well, it's like I said, it's kind of just a little above the graphics viewer. So it should display 3D objects within a coordinate system. So that's this view that we have here into this presentation space. There's 3D objects in the space. It needs graphics acceleration. That is the interface to all the interesting things that the graphics cards do. Is now mostly done in shaders. You need boned 3D objects and animations for them. You need low latency local programming. Now, one of the reasons people mash the renderer and the 3D world logic together is for latency. And so what I was going to do was you had essentially scripts that ran in the simulator, which is like LSL scripts, and then you had scripts that ran in the renderer area, and those scripts would use a common system. I was going to use the WebAssembly routines, so things like, well, whether the feet tipped for the ground or wrist screens that you would have in your headset virtual world, those could be all done and uploaded to the renderers. And then you just need a WSM executor to work in Unreal Engine and the browser and that sort of thing. And then I also wanted flexible programmable UI. So I decided to use an existing system, HTML and browsers, on everything. So the user interface is all HTML. So what exists today is a very preliminary version of Basel. There's a OS grid region called Basel Alpha, which you can go to it in OpenSim. But if you go to basel.bluestuff.org, you end up with this web page here where you log into your OS grid account, and when you say login, it does the XML RPC request to the region to log you in, and then it reloads this page with the Basel viewer. And what it is the Basel Alpha OS Grid region has two main modules in it. One of them is what's called or is named the Loadin module. That is, it's a level that provides level of detailing of the region. So it converts the region assets to GLTF, which is a common graphics format that loadable by most graphics engines, and it's 2 years ago, I released the Convor app, which was an application that takes an OR file and turns it into a GLTF thing. And so that's all that logic is there in Loden. Currently, Loden is limited in that it generates one GLTF file, but someday it'll build all the dynamic ones, or build them dynamically and also in pieces. Then the Ragu module prevents all the space servers for OpenSim region. So the idea was you can have a space server for a different world, but why not have multiple space servers for your own world? And so the architecture allows each space server to have a different protocol, a different transport system, and so there's a space server for the static content of the region. There's a space server for the dynamic content. That'd be the animated or the scripted things. There's a space server for the actors in the region. And then there's a space server for the environment. So like when you go to basil.bluestuff.org and log in, at the moment, all the avatars are just ducks. It's a GLTF duck. And because I don't have avatars implemented yet. And you can move around the region using the arrow keys. Your browser has connected up to all of the space servers. They provide all the different parts, like the environment one, this transparent, semi-transparent screened dialogue that's in the lower right-hand corner. That's actually HTML. It's an iframe that's running on that page, and it loaded the HTML into that iframe, and it shows up on the page, and it's draggable and resizable. There's also an HTML title bar at the top. And the environment will also worry about the sun and that sort of stuff eventually. But you can have multiple space servers for multiple actors, and like the actors could be using a different protocol to do the quick updates for actors versus the static server, which just is to assign HTML. So that's how it presents the scene. The individual objects in the world are objects, 3D objects with abilities. So they're items and abilities, which models the entity component module that is general in lots of 3D systems. And I would like to go more towards Pixar's universal scene description, since that's a standard that a lot of people are playing with. So I can tune it that way. And so like the avatar has a bunch of abilities, placement, like a position in the world. He has an assembly, which is the 3D object. He has an OpenSim avatar movement ability, which does the keyboard watching and that sort of stuff to move the avatar the way an OpenSim avatar. He has an OpenSim camera, so that the camera follows him. It also has the alt click and orbit view for an OpenSim, and it'll have OS Animate, which deals with walking and the animations of the avatars. So the ones with the OS would be OpenSim specific abilities that get added to the object. Quickly, as I built a browser-based one, there are several things in the way of building a browser viewer. The Linden Lab legacy protocol, which I call the existing protocol, uses UDP, which is not available. So you have to do something new in order to get to a browser. So you have HTTP, there's WebSocket, which is the one I'm using, which is kind of a funny wrapper around TCP/IP. And there's WebRTC data channel, which is, again, a TCP wrapper that's specialized for streaming data, but it also has a data channel. Browsers require security. That is, once you do an HTTPS request, everything from that page now has to be secure to prevent people going off and fetching stuff from strange places. And so all connections need certificates. So, and a lot of the OpenSim grids and regions are not generally SSL enabled. So I had to build reverse proxies to even just log in and use OSGrid, for instance. In general, OpenSim assets are unoptimized and in a proprietary format. And, the way the OpenSim, the third-party viewers work is they download all the data and they optimize it in the viewer. That needs to be fixed because the browser doesn't have enough resources to do that, and that's what Loadin is supposed to be doing. So there's a lot of pre-optimization that has to be done with mesh simplification, building texture atlases, doing level of detail stuff, and that's a lot of work. And the browser code is single-threaded, so multi-threading is possible, but it's difficult, and that limits what a browser can do. Like I said, this is in progress in ALSA version. What needs to be done yet is a region level of detail assets. The avatars need to be implemented. There's lots more user interface like chat. I tried to get chatting working this week, but there's more to go. Get the WSM ability implementation, asset manipulation security. That is, if you're going to have this local scripting, you also have to have access control. Of course, the Unreal Engine version. And also, when I drew the original picture, the space server was a different program that sat in front of the simulator. The current implementation is all region modules, and that was kind of because I didn't want to build another program because it's essentially a super copy bot, and I didn't want to deal with that problem, but that's one needs done. And I think there's a lot of interest. There can be some interest in this, but one of the things that I've found is that there is so much work to be done here. It's a gigantic job. The reason viewers, people have talked about new viewers for over a decade, and they always say, well, it's essentially 3 man-centuries of work that need to be done to build a new viewer. And it is. And there's lots of areas expertise. It was all written in C#. Maybe a team could really brag it, but it's got graphics, it's got mesh manipulation. You have to be a CSS wizard for the dialogues. There's C#, there's TypeScript, there's security. It just goes all downhill. And it's also not really an OpenSim viewer. Like I said, Basil wants to be the front end for lots of different viewers, and we'd have to have the discussion of how Second Life compatible OpenSimulator should be in the future. It could take a different branch. Chat could be different, objects could be different, the content creation pipeline would be different, and it diverges from OpenSimulator in both protocol and features, which is exciting and also different from the way it's all been done. So if one's going to build something new, it'd fit with other virtual world projects. We need Ready Player Me avatars, the VRM formats going around, new content workflows, everything else. It's a new world. To wrap up the talking part, there's a test region on OSGrid. You go to basil.bluestuff.org and you can give it a try. And all the sources are all open source. They're all in GitHub. I had started this Herbal 3D project. This talks just about Basil, but this is part of a general idea I had of taking over the world of virtual reality and augmented reality and building tools for all of those all at once. But this is just one small part of it. You can contact me, email me. I'm in Worlds, I'm Discord, I'm around. So if you'd like to talk, feel free to talk to me.
And what booth are you in? You're on Expo 3?
I'm on Expo 3, right behind the Core 1. I think it's booth number 20.
Okay, there you are. And We are just out of time.
Yeah. And so let's see, there was one question about Unreal's licensing. Yes, it has licensing problems, but there's no reason to use it. You can use Godot or any of the other viewers in the world if you don't like the licensing. The question was, Unreal has a reasonable license for small things, non-commercial things, and we like non-commercial things.
Okay. And there's other questions, and I'll pass those on to you.
Okay.
Robert. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Blue, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 2:00 p.m. in this keynote region and is entitled VWEC Brings Educators Together Across the Metaverse. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 22 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker and the audience.
live.
Okay, hold on my speakeasy. Should be
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. session of the 2022 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, VWEC Brings Educators Together Across the Metaverse. Our speakers are Valerie Hill, aka Valbrarian Greg, and Becky Adams, aka Ellie Pinion. Sorry, Valerie. Valerie is the director of the Community Virtual Library and Information Science Educator. Becky currently teaches teaching and training in virtual worlds for the University of New Mexico. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC22. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you, Galen. We are so pleased to be joining the always amazing OSCC conference this year. What an impressive lineup. Today, we would like to share with you the progress Virtual Worlds Education Consortium has made this past year. And please note that we said worlds. The VWEC began in late 2020 with a conversation about getting educators together to share successes and to tackle obstacles across virtual platforms and communities. It was clear that we could all benefit if we could bring educators together in these goals. We had heard of several similar efforts in the past, and we had hoped to continue and build on their good work. We were hopeful to not overwhelm already busy educators and planned to have 4 meetings a year to give to this effort. Our first meeting was in January 2021 at the Community Virtual Library in Second Life. We still look fondly at this photo and remember the very helpful input we received from the 30+ educators that attended. We continue to meet quarterly and have been encouraged at the interest and the participation. In the past year, we have added 4 weekly informal chats and a bi-monthly expert series, inviting the amazing educators and professionals who use virtual worlds to share their experience and insights with us. We have also set up a YouTube channel at this link that you see in the chat for our events and other helpful videos. Late in 2021, we were asked to become a community gateway region in Second Life to serve as a welcome and informational area for educators and nonprofits who support education, as well as to help with a reserve surrounding it to bring educational communities together in an educational reserve. Educators who do not choose to move to the new VWEC Eduverse Reserve are still featured by VWEC, included in the directory, and we will have a portal for easy access to them. The Welcome Plaza offers a registration API from our website for students to enter SL directly and links to several educator-centered orientations upon entry. We have an Ed Resources area for instructors and students to get essential and fun free items, such as an AO, a note card with places of interest, as well as tools for teaching. Our Info Center has volunteers to help both new and experienced visitors and includes databases of other educators working in virtual worlds, educational groups, as well as a growing bibliography of research on virtual worlds and education. You can add your name to our database at this link or your group at this link. We have a team that helps new educators just coming into virtual worlds, some meeting areas, and soon we will have an area for models of teaching that will demonstrate various interactive examples of teaching in virtual worlds with testimonials, videos, and links to those institutions' regions to see even more. Over to you, Val.
Thanks, Becky. The VWEC Virtual Worlds Education Consortium has aligned well to the mission and goals of the Community Virtual Library. Just as Becky has illustrated, and we're now a global hub in Second Life, and the Virtual World Education Consortium, Welcome Plaza, provides a place for networking and collaboration. Becky mentioned the VWEC Expert Series, the bi-monthly event where educators share their work and illustrate how learning in the metaverse can provide opportunities for critical thinking and serious learning, and interactive experiences that cannot be done in physical classrooms. Here's an example from Professor John O'Connor sharing developing learning communities of practice in the metaverse. If you know an educator who might want to share at the VWEC Expert Series, there is an application form at this link. Volunteers man our VWEC Info Center across the globe. And our goal is to eventually have a real live embodied avatar right there on duty 24/7. And that goal is achievable if we all realize that working together across the metaverse is important for the future of education. In addition, we have the VWEC Fireside Chats, which allow people, whether they're new to virtual worlds or they're experienced, to gather and share ideas and ways to overcome obstacles. The Info Center calendar and the Fireside Chats and all the educational community calendars are available on our website, vweconsortium.org. VWEC is Virtual Worlds. Notice it's plural. It's the Virtual Worlds Education Consortium. Second Life may be what I like to call the original metaverse, but it is not the only virtual space, as we all know, for teaching and learning. VWEC is recruiting virtual world ambassadors, people who can come and help network and collaborate across the metaverse in the OpenSim grids, Kitely, OpenSim, Abacon, even VR platforms such as AltSpace VR or Mozilla Hubs. Web-based worlds like 3D Web Worlds are partnering with us to provide options for educators who need apps for Chromebooks and mobile devices. Next month, in January, we plan to hold an educator roundup in Kitely on January 16th, and a tour of an amazing historical simulation of Lisbon 1755, also in Kitely, on January 18th. And both of these events are at 9 a.m. Pacific time. And there's a link. We also plan to visit Minecraft to discover ways to help educators in K-12, as we believe Minecraft holds potential for beginners just entering the metaverse. If you're active in any virtual worlds for education, please contact us as we can collaborate and help document education across the metaverse. In closing, we want to clarify that the metaverse is a place, not an app. The universe, similarly, is a place in which we all inhabit our lives on this physical planet. The metaverse is a metaphor space in which we can inhabit digital landscapes when we are embodied as avatars. Zoom, in my opinion, is not part of the metaverse, even though it is a useful tool. Many useful tools and apps can be used for education. However, the metaverse is a unique and evolving virtual landscape, whether experienced with a VR headset, with haptics, or as a desktop VR in a virtual world. You all are here at this conference And you're certainly the early adopters, even those of us who have been here for nearly 20 years. And your expertise is valued and welcomed. So please contact us to share your projects and your learning communities across the metaverse. Our playlist of machinima for teaching and learning across the metaverse is growing. We would love to add your projects to archive education in virtual environments as it expands. And we'll open up now for questions.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm looking to see if there are any questions. So it looks like you are, can you just remind us again which virtual worlds that you are in right now? Sounds like
Yes.
you're in quite a few.
Well, we actually, our main home base is in Second Life. We have the VWEC Pavilion and many VWEC resources in Kitely.
Okay.
We have a presence with the Community Virtual Library in several outposts, Avicon and 3D Web Worlds, Cyber Lounge. So we're expanding, but we don't actually have our VWEC presence there yet. And that's the point of our VWEC ambassadors. No one individual of us can be active in every single world, but we can be aware and we can network and collaborate.
Right. So it sounds like you have sort of portable libraries that, you know, are in more places than you can actually, that you actually have a region set up.
Yes, but we're looking to set up a region. When we find ambassadors who may want to put the presence of VWEC in another world, and then we will network and collaborate and share and pool our resources so that we're not isolated and not reinventing the wheel.
Right. Okay, we have some questions coming in. So from Art Blue, we have a question why the center is in Second Life. In some countries, it's negatively rated for teaching. Why not a Mozilla space as a center for it?
We're actually doing a Second Life expert event January 13th at 1 o'clock, Mozilla Hubs. Becky, you want to say anything about that?
Sure. We would love for anybody that's in Mozilla Hubs to join us and Kitely. And we are trying to expand for sure. And as Val mentioned, we're calling you ambassadors, but if there are people who have a great presence there, we'd love to work with you to expand our regions, essentially. Thank you for asking that question.
And you have a booth here? Where's your booth here in Expo 3?
We do have a booth. I believe it's number 9, and we do have some handouts there and other information. So please check it out.
And our website has a lot of our information on it. We're on many social media channels, and we have the domain name metaverselibraries.org. We will soon be pooling a lot of our information there to build on the word metaverse, which many people are now curious about.
All right, let's see. We have another question for Val from Ran. Asking about your predictions for 2023 in virtual worlds.
Oh, hello, Rand. Great to see you.
And what you need to achieve that.
Yes. Well, our predictions are we've seen a lot of people come back into Second Life after many years because of the hype about virtual reality. And we also believe that a lot of educators are exploring VR headsets, but they are not ready for mainstream. I always say we haven't even done enough research on the human brain of developing children to put them on. So we predict that there will be an increase in virtual worlds, but we also truly believe that the only way educators can understand the best practices is through networking and collaboration. You cannot do this alone in isolation.
Right. And on the back of that, Ada Radius asks you about your C3 status, possibly how you're doing fundraising, if you're doing fundraising, anything like that that you want to share.
Yes, that's a complicated subject because we are moving. We have several things going on behind the scenes because it's very difficult on a global scale with fundraising and tax laws and all of that. So it's not in place to share publicly, but we're working on that through having a foundation and a charity so that we can pool our efforts. We're not, we're definitely a nonprofit. We're not out, we're all volunteers who truly believe in the future of virtual worlds for education. And by pooling our efforts, we feel like we can make a difference. But there will be a foundation and a charity that VWEC has partnered with. And I'll mention that one of our champions in virtual worlds that all of you know, Selby Evans, is pretty much the founder of VWEC. So we go way back in the idea of collaboration with those who understand that vision.
Okay. Are there any more questions? This is a fascinating topic. Okay. Let's see if there's any questions here. All right. Well, it sounds like you're on your way and doing lots of wonderful things. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Becky. Thank you, Val. Thank you for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 2:30 p.m. in this keynote region and is entitled OpenSim NGC, an OpenSim for Trusted Grids. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 22 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. session of the 2022 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation OpenSim NGC, an OpenSim for trusted grids. Our speaker is Michael Dixon, aka Mike Chase. Mike provides development support for the Utopia Sky grid, operating since 2018, and is leading the OpenSimulator NGC project. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC22. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you so much for the introduction. And I also want to thank Avicon and all the work that's gone into this conference. It's really a remarkable facility for all the OpenSim efforts, a way to come together and kind of share what we're doing. I'm here today to talk about the OpenSim NGC project, which I lead, and an effort that we're doing called the Trusted Hypergrid. And this really is meant to be high level and more of an introduction. There's a great deal of information on the website that we host, and also in a Discord server that we manage and use for our communications. But I'm going to cover these two projects and then a quick summary to wrap up with some information about how you can contact us. OpenSim NGC is a group of people that have come together to build a better OpenSim. Not that we're not so much trying to change code, at least in the current incarnation of the project, but we're trying to add a layer of continuous integration and testing on top of it, and provide a kind of hardened version of the platform, if you will, so that we can roll those out to our grid, the grids that we manage and that we are working on together. There's a couple of things that have been done with the project over and above core OpenSim. There's two main branches that are in use. The maintenance branch, which is primarily OpenSim core as you know it, with the Globit module and a few other things layered into that and built in, so that somebody doesn't have to add those things after the fact. And then the main development version, which I'll talk about in a little bit, which is really much more focused on the future. That's the next generation part. So what we do now is we use GitHub extensively with a great deal of the CI process, the continuous integration process that it provides. There are, every time a commit happens, a build takes place. There is security scanning and quality scanning that happens. I was pleased, by the way, to note that some of those practices have been picked up on core as well. That was great to see. I'm a strong believer in a development process that provides quality through the kinds of scanning and code quality that's baked in, if you will, because of the process that's being used. We have a mechanism where people do code commits on branches, and those get reviewed and merged down into the main integration branch, and then that makes a release at some point. So a lot of what we're doing with the main project, the maintenance part of this, is really just adding some continuous integration and testing on top of core OpenSim. The other area, and probably the one that's more interesting for the future, is the next generation part. And this is based on the fact that really OpenSim has been around for quite a while, and it was built, there was a not invented here is the wrong way to put it. There was a container invented as a way to pull modules in and actually manage the all of the pieces that make up an OpenSim, make it configurable, called Robust, which many of you are familiar with. It was a great idea at the time, but the implementation is unfortunately dated. And I think it's holding back leveraging current technology enhancements in C# and .NET. So what we're doing is we're building around .NET 6. The application is using dependency injection and the default hosting container that is provided by .NET. And we're moving the database access, for instance, to EF Core. Everything is built from the start to be containerized via Docker if that's desired. You don't have to, but there's a microservices focus to all of the pieces, and everything is async from the top all the way down to the bottom. So that really what we're doing is a new architecture. This part of the project represents a fork from OpenSim in the sense that we're really looking at a different architecture in terms of how this is built. But I think that's important, and I think that our goal is to be able to come up with an architecture that allows growing room and a great deal of flexibility in the future. The status of that, the maintenance release is the piece I mentioned first. That's the part that's tied closely to core. That's under current release. There's versions on the website you can grab, and about at least 5 grids that I know of that run it, and more people that are kicking the tires and looking at it. I hope it's okay to say this, but it was used for the OpenSimFest, and I'm not aware of any major problems that occurred with that, and not that that's just due to the software. In fact, it's largely due to the team that ran it. But I think that it's definitely being used in a number of different installations. This new effort is focused on code scanning and driving the changes that come up based on that to drive quality into the code. So we run a build every time the code is committed. There is quality scanning that takes place. There's 430,000 lines of code that were scanned, 5,000 alerts produced. Of those, 9 are critical security alerts, and those are actively being investigated. 2 are high alerts, basically potentially SQL injection and those kinds of issues. The rest are potentially what the program is flagging as poor quality coding or error-prone coding, precision issues, and things like that. So there's plenty to address out of that effort, and it's a priority. It's one of the major things that we're doing in addition to the architectural changes. So all of this is basically in part to build what we hope is a better OpenSim experience. And a big part of that, and a lot of the team members feel strongly about this, is captured in what we call the trusted hypergrid. So the trusted hypergrid is an effort to take and build kind of a layer on top of the regular hypergrid, and in doing that, build a sense of community where people know what level of trust exists between the pieces. It's not so much technology, although the effort is going to inform the development of technology, because we're going to produce tools and things to help implement and support this. But there was traditionally a distinction made between what we would call a walled garden. So the idea was it's safer if you have this walled garden environment, because people, the code and the objects and everything else stays in that environment. Whereas the hypergrid, of course, you want to be able to travel and move around. And so this is extending that kind of somewhere in the middle. So it's basically to say, if we have a set of principles and requirements that we understand and we agree on, we can allow some amount of travel and IP protection to take place. So one of the things I don't want to do with this talk is get into a heavy-duty debate about IP protection and intellectual property issues. That's actually an interesting topic, but not the primary thing I care about with this. What we care about is making sure that the platform supports and enables the ability to manage intellectual property issues. So what we're doing is building those kinds of things into the environment. It's an effort first through policy and then through technology to derive a version of OpenSim that behaves consistently with and respects the intellectual property of the people that are users. Trust is about relationships first and foremost, and really what we're doing is we're building a community web of trust that allows us to all have and work together and play together and do the kinds of things we want to do within our OpenSim environments. So there's a lot of different trust relationships that are captured in a virtual world. The grid has a relationship to their home grid. Grid owners do to other grid owners, of course, and the resident does to the other grids transitively through that. If the resident is a merchant, they might have a relationship with a currency provider that allows them to sell and cash out, and the grid owner potentially participates in that. And customers have relationships with content creators by using the goods that the content creators have created, whether that's done because a transaction took place with money or it's a free transaction and the objects are being distributed freely. Those things are important, and the relationships have to exist. So residents often choose a closed grid because that trust relationship is better defined. It's a closed environment and you know all the players. What we're looking to do is develop a sense of requirements and the agreements that allow all these grids to interoperate. And we get to those things through clearly defining what membership in a trusted grid means, and for grid owners and content creators, and do that through things like terms of service and so on. So this is essentially, I mean, it's a picture that shows the kinds of things. We're building a community. We want people to be connected and be able to interact, but we want it to be able to happen because trust relationships exist. And I know what each of the players that I'm involved with is providing. So in a quick definition, ultimately, this isn't about technology, it's about policy. And we will be able to do technology to help with this, things like manage assets and inventory and access lists and blocking things that are traditionally thought of as far as internet security, and also to provide audit logs that allow us to document the transactions that happen. But foremost, this is about people and how people interact. So what this boils down to is a simple set of requirements. As a grid owner, I want to be able to form collaborative relationships with other grid owners. I want to reduce my risk. So I'm hosting content on behalf of users. And there are rules about how intellectual property is handled in the US and EU and other countries that I have to be aware of at least and support. And well, for good or ill, the hosting side is becoming more complex, not simpler. I know many of you have probably heard of a DMCA process, for instance. That's an American thing, a US thing. The EU and other countries have similar approaches. These things are different, and because we're running a virtual environment where we have residents potentially in multiple countries, it isn't so simple how that's done. So to comply, we want to have these kinds of tools that make it easy to block individuals from uploading content as the need arises. And that's going to get eventually to things like watermarking and being able to identify and prove provenance on things. And we want there to be a way to identify the creator of the original content and the connections that exist between licenses that allow that content to be used. So all of this is really from a grid owner's perspective, their responsibilities in terms of running and managing the content that they host. As a content creator, I want to be able to upload my creations with the ability to document the provenance. I want to be able to say, these are the licenses that apply to these things. This is the rights that come along with it, and so on, and be able to identify the elements that represent my unique intellectual property, because I want specifically to be able to protect that. We also be able to want to report possible infringement when an improper use is noted, and that's the kind of thing that should be communicated to other grids that are participating in this trusted hypergrid, because they have a potential that abuse could potentially be seen at another grid location. I want to be able to defend my intellectual property rights when required and have the ability to document those things as I work them. And I want to make my intellectual property available to customers using a permission system that identifies how it can be used, including whether it can be exported off grid. This is not an exhaustive list, by the way. It's simply an attempt to kind of start to put down a set of requirements from the perspective of the people that are involved. And finally, as a grid user, I want to be able to know that content is legitimate. I want to understand the licenses involved and how I can use content that I have access to. I want to go back to the first one. I have heard so many times from users on our grid, for instance, that they don't know if something has been botted or not, whether it's stolen. Excuse me. So this in particular is important, that there should be a way to know for sure that where you got something from had the right to distribute it. And so that's a major goal. And we also want the user to be able to understand licenses involved and how they can use the content they have access to know whether an item is allowed to leave the grid. The export flag is a part of that, and to create your next masterpiece, knowing that the content is safe and secure and usable without unacceptable restrictions. So just to sum up, and then I'll take a few questions if I can. This is a project trying to update the OpenSim platform to provide consistency and a high degree of performance, while also implementing data integrity and security we don't currently experience. Our goal is to make changes to support the architecture of the platform so that we can deliver an experience where intellectual property protection and security and the kinds of things that are important for somebody to be able to live within this virtual world we're all sharing, make it a positive experience. You can learn about our efforts through the GitHub project page, which will be in the links. I'll post a link in chat as well. And we also have a Discord server that you can join if you're interested. And finally, if you'd like to drop me an email, I'd be more than happy to discuss the project with you as well. All right, so that's I'll leave the summary up. That's the main thing I wanted to talk about. If there's a time, I can take a few questions.
Yeah, sounds like looks like we have a couple of minutes. As I am curious as to, I know you said this was a summary, and for those of us who are, I don't know that I'm a landlubber, but I'm a secondary user, meaning that I would be the content creator rather than actually putting something together or contributing perhaps on GitHub. What is it that I could do perhaps to get involved for someone who's more of the end user rather than the developer?
That's a great question. So in the Discord, we have areas that are specifically focused on developer discussions, but there's a general chat area as well. And as I said, a large part of this effort is actually just developing a clear, concise set of requirements that are usable to define what we mean when we say trusted grid. Those things should then inform the tools that get developed. So content creators, just end users, are are all welcome in this Discord if you'd like to join, or if you want to go to the GitHub, there's places where you can post comments and so on as well. Because we want to hear about the kinds of things that people feel we need to address. We have at least a sense of it from running our own grids, but as a content creator, people might have specific needs or requirements that we haven't thought of. So I'd love to be able to capture that as well.
Great, because sometimes there's projects that are going on that are so interesting, and yet they're just in the development stage. And for someone doesn't write code, not very much of it anyway, it's really great to know that there's something that we can do to help. Let's see if there's any more questions. We have about a minute left. There was a question about security standards, but I think you actually addressed those in basically talking about the IP is kind of a different topic. But here's a question from, I think, Nick's Breen. It says, will this program go retroactively with all content on a grid or items grandfathered in it?
So that's a good question too. Yeah, certainly we can provide within the limits of what's possible with the permission system that we're all familiar with, the copy mod transfer. We can provide some amount of security, and if cases are identified where something is clearly infringing someone's copyright or intellectual property, we can take action and share that action with the rest of the people that are in the trusted grid. So there are some things we can do retroactively, absolutely. But my hope is also that going forward, along with the things that are going on with GLTF and some of the other stuff, which actually also help improve the way assets are managed, we can do more, I think, looking forward. And that's partially the reason why we're doing this project right now, is that there's an opportunity. I think we're at an inflection point where there's some real new change happening in the space, and we would like to be able to be looking at how those things could be integrated back into OpenSim so we can take advantage of them.
Okay, well, it looks like we're out of time. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for an informative and very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what's coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 3:30 p.m. in this keynote region after a 30-minute break. It is entitled Using 3D Environments for Soft Skills Training. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 22 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker and the audience.
live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 3 to 4:30 p.m. session of the 2022 Open Simulator Community Conference. For this session, we're pleased to introduce the presentation, Using 3D Environments for Soft Skills Training. Our speakers are Bruce Gross, also known as Cooper Swizzle, and Carla Kincaid Yoshikawa. Bruce ran a 5-year 3D-based training program before retiring. Carla has worked as an organization development and training consultant for many years. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details, and sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during this session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC22. Welcome, everyone, and let's begin the session.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, I'm Carla Kincaid Yoshikawa, and we're not sure how widely this term soft skills training is used generally, but in corporate training, it's applied to training on topics that involve some sort of personal introspection and behavior change. We find 3D environments particularly valuable for this kind of training. Operating as an avatar seems to provide people with one degree of separation from their real selves, and that separation makes it easier for them to try out new roles, make mistakes, and laugh about it, hopefully together with others, and learn from mistakes without feeling humiliated or embarrassed.
Soft skills we've taught in 3D include effective leadership, communication skills, topics related to team building, and learning to conduct effective interviews, as well as courses on sexual harassment that cover both the legal and behavioral issues.
Bruce and I first started working together to update his company's leadership development curriculum. At that time, the company used a combination of in-person training and webinar-based refresher courses for their leadership program. But we were both interested in the possibilities offered by 3D environments for learning.
I was tired of all the travel I had to do. I was flying to the training locations where managers from all over the country would gather for week-long saturation trainings on leadership. They'd go back to work and deal with all the tasks and issues that had piled up. Needless to say, they didn't start to utilize many of the new leadership practices we'd covered, which was frustrating for upper management, wasteful for the company, and exhausting and depressing for me.
Bruce and I started developing and trying out some ideas for training in 3D on our own time.
At the same time, I started talking to people at work about the cost savings and new possibilities offered by substituting some of the face-to-face trainings with 3D training. People at my company knew nothing about 3D, and they were very skeptical when I mentioned it. They could only see it as a game. Since Carla and I had already started setting up some courses in 3D, I decided to use the material by sharing my screen in webinars as I walked through the course material. Participants followed along with me, and they told me they felt present with me in the 3D world. From the beginning, I noticed 3D webinars seemed to generate more interactivity and discussions. People then at the company began to get interested in what 3D could offer.
It took a while, but Bruce was finally able to get approval from the president of the company to do a 3D proof of concept training program. Just a quick question to all of you. How long do you think it took for the company to finally agree to try this out? He started talking about it in 2010. Just type your answers into chat. I see 3 years.
Okay, for time's sake, it only took 2 years, thank God. Even though at the start of the training, management and those who attended were skeptical, and by the end of the proof of concept, 3D had proven its value to all of them.
For the proof of concept, we adapted a 36-hour in-person training program to one that was presented in 3D on Mondays and Fridays for 6 weeks, with assignments for them to use the topics covered each week and report on the outcomes each Friday. As a result of that schedule, participants found opportunities to put new concepts into practice week by week, which increased long-term utilization and retention. Interactive and experiential activities and discussions are all very important for adult learning, and it's easy to set up training that incorporates these elements in 3D environments. But when participants are new to 3D, we found we have to be careful about how much we expect them to do initially if we want them to stay focused on the content of the training.
We set up training so participants only need to walk, talk, and click at the beginning. And we rely heavily on discussions for early sessions. Little by little, we add other ways for participants to find and use the course content. On my right, your left, and if you're in World, zoom in on it, is an example of how we might cover something in an early session. Take a look at those two people sitting on the bench. Do you think this scene depicts sexual harassment? Type Y for yes, N for no, and question mark for maybe. For those of you who think it's yes or maybe, type an F for female and an M for male on who you think is the harasser. In class, we hold discussions with participants that reveal how the same scene can be interpreted in many different ways, which is an important point when it comes to understanding sexual harassment. And we make sure to discuss a few key points about this scenario. For example, notice where the characters are sitting on the bench. The woman is very close to the man and he has no room to move away. Does he look happy? Notice he doesn't make eye contact with her, is jiggling his foot and tapping his fingers.
We think this is a maybe, and the woman is the possible harasser. We've been surprised that sometimes no one considers the woman as the possible harasser, but for us that opens a great discussion about bias and preconceptions. You can see the same scenario with a slightly different twist at our booth in Expo 3, booth 13, so we hope you'll drop by there. This slide shows another way we make learning easy for our 3D participants who are new to 3D. Here, they walk along a path which triggers the appearance of pop-up screens. They identify something about the information in each pop-up by clicking a button on the granite slab and receive a nearby chat message telling them if their choice is correct or not. This kind of activity can be used with a group in real time or synchronously, or for self-paced or asynchronous learning processes.
We focus on keeping people moving literally as they move through the curriculum. Not only is it more engaging for them, but it makes it almost impossible for the participants to get sidetracked. If they stop to read emails or respond to other interruptions, they're likely to look back at the 3D world and find themselves alone as the group has moved on to other locations. We provide orientations to all attendees prior to training and do a quick review at the start of the first class. Then we have them walk and click objects and characters to find basic course information.
We also use the terrain to set the context, reinforce concepts, and sometimes limit the visual aspects of their surroundings. The scenes on this slide are in a moat underwater, and participants can only see the objects and information we want them to focus on and discuss. This can be important to do at any time during a course, but seems most important in the early stages as people are getting used to being in 3D. Here are some typical settings we use. Nature settings, a gondola tour where information is provided by the tour guide with stops for a content-related scavenger hunt, an office building, or a conference room for group discussions.
Our learning activities are set up for both synchronous learning with group activities and for people to come in individually to explore on their own.
We use various kinds of quizzing to help participants use and retain information and to catalyze more discussion. The top image shows an outdoor movie theater screen, which presents scenarios with questions participants answer by clicking boxes in front of them. This is done in real time to fully explore participant interpretations and to present relevant legal interpretations of what they see. Sensitive or ambiguous topics like sexual harassment really need to be done using synchronous facilitated discussions.
Bottom image shows a gallery of true-false questions. When a response is chosen, whether it be true or false, the answer will appear, letting them know the correct answer and the legal reasons behind it. When we use these types of quizzes for both, asynchronous and synchronous training. We also create game-based activities that require the participants use concepts for teaching. In this training focused on delegation, we cover the theory and basic principles using the book at the entrance and key concepts posted along the path they followed to the activity.
The bridge leads to the activity. As they walk across, each character they encounter is a manager describing an employee they want to delegate a task to and explaining what leadership style they plan to use based on the characteristics of the employee and the leadership principles that have been covered.
At the end of the bridge, there's a slide with information on how to play the game. To play, they drag the boxes lined up at the front of the game area onto one of the 4 platforms in the back. Once they put 4 boxes related to employee characteristics and leadership behavior on each, the back of the platform will change to a message of either congratulations or try again.
This game generates a lot of learning as people figure out how employee characteristics and leadership behaviors fit together. It can be effective for individuals to come in and work through on their own, and we've used it as both a collaborative and a competitive activity with people working in teams. In our behavioral interviewing course, we use a combination of characters and posted material to provide course content. In this image, the nearby chat message is from the character who is talking about types of interview questions that don't work. As participants move through the building, the characters and posted information begin to tell them more about how to frame effective questions.
Teaching behavioral interviewing in 3D is an effective way for people to practice interviewing. Participants told us that when they did both practice and real interviews in person, they focused so much on their own and the candidate's body language, they didn't pay enough attention to the answers in their questions. Training in 3D, which lacks real nonverbal behavior, helps participants practice effective listening and learn to respond in the moment with good follow-up questions.
In this image, the 2 people in the center are doing an interview role play while the others observe and then give feedback. Each participant will take a turn as an interviewer, a candidate, and an observer. In this class and in others, we find participants are much more comfortable in role plays and more willing to provide honest feedback and suggestions to colleagues as avatars in 3D, certainly more than in webinars and even more than in real life. It goes back to that 1 degree of separation we mentioned earlier, which is a real advantage for this kind of training.
Finally, here's another tool we use. On the stage, to my left, your right, we've set up a scenario from our leadership training in which a manager is asking for advice from peers about a difficult situation. We present the question and 3 possible solutions in speak bubbles, which makes it easy for participants to compare the choices. They're directed to click on an object, the question mark that you can see on the back of the screen behind me. This opens up a pop-up from which they select the best solution and receive immediate feedback about their choice.
These are some of the tools and techniques we use to teach adults about topics that are important to their professional goals, but can touch on personally sensitive issues for them.
In other words, they have to face the fact that they're doing something wrong in order to find the motivation to change. This is a lot easier to handle as an avatar in a picturesque virtual world. We thank you for attending today. Come visit us in Expo Region 3, Booth 13 to learn more about us and training in the 21st century.
We hope you enjoyed the presentation. If you'd like to set up a time to talk with us about other things we're doing or exchange ideas and strategies for learning activities in 3D, send us an email so we can set up a time to talk. And we're looking forward to connecting with some of the other presenters that we've found very intriguing today later too. So does anyone have any questions for us now? I think we have a few minutes left.
Ran asks a question, do you leverage other builds across Second Life for your environments or build everything on your own sim? We do everything in Kitely. And we can speak about that later if you'd like, Ran. Anyone else?
All right, well, it's a very interesting presentation, everyone. Thank you, Bruce and Carla, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 4 p.m. in this keynote region and is entitled Virtual World Use Examples in the Multiverse. We also encourage you to visit OSCC 22 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and to the audience. Please continue to ask questions while we have available time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 4 o'clock to 4:30 p.m. session of the 2022 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Virtual World Use, Examples in the Metaverse. Our speaker is Sally Davis. Sally is primarily involved in virtual worlds to support the open source community through creation of content and offering knowledge-based support. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have any questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC22. Welcome, everyone. Let's get started. Over to you, Sally.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for being here. My co-presenter beside me is also me. So I just like to show people the versatility.
Sally, if you're speaking, you might be muted. Try again.
Okay, how's that?
You sound great. It was probably me. My apologies.
Okay, well, again, thank you, everyone. My co-presenter beside me is also me. I like to kind of show what the virtual world has to offer. So today I'm talking about specifically the multiverse and metaverse for BPO and corporate applications. So one thing that I have discovered is metaverse is the new go-to word. So from the multiverse to the metaverse, what companies need to know? You need to cut through the marketing hype, know the definitions, understand that with fast-moving technology, no one is an expert in the metaverse. So today, I want to talk about how you can explore your options, look for leaders, not newcomers, and be a first mover. So from individual islands to connected cities, the multiverse meets the metaverse. The multiverse meets its own industrial age as it helps companies prepare for the coming metaverse. Virtual world environments bring people together across distances to engage in interactive, immersive environments. Slow adaptation and technology barriers are quickly dissolving with increased demand and interest in this new, quote unquote, new environment. As you can see in these examples of classroom or meeting room environments, computers that are in-world are fully functional for the avatar. Slide board presentations, note boards, video players, and more exist in virtual worlds. These are functional tools for your virtual business needs. In cutting through the marketing hype, businesses must ask, why explore the multiverse and coming metaverse? Well, simply put, you need to attract new customers through integrated and digitally enabled solutions that provide superior products and service. You need to build brand loyalty in these new technologies and maintain reliable customer support, all while proactively engaging the customer in the virtual environment. You need to create connections by embracing new technological solutions in data-driven, immersive environments. You need to connect with customers anywhere on any channel. So in order to succeed in this environment, you need to understand the terminology. Now, what I'm about to say, some of you already know, but for the sake of anyone who sees this through YouTube later on, you need to know the definitions. So the metaverse is a hypothetical future counterpart of the internet, consisting of immersive virtual reality with persistent and continuous space and a seamless interface. Current examples of the metaverse exist only in science fiction, such as The Matrix. The multiverse is an established immersive virtual reality with a collection of diverse spaces that are often connected through a shared interface. Examples of platform-based user-generated content are OpenSimulator and Second Life, as well as Roblox and Minecraft. Examples of web-based user-generated content are 3D Worlds and Decentraland. Now, Web 3.0 is the stage of internet services focused on a machine-based understanding of data to provide more intelligent, connected, and open websites. Current examples are smart homes connected to services like Apple Siri, Google Home, or Amazon Alexa, which are also able to manage your shopping and entertainment options, control smart appliances, and monitor your health, all accessible from multiple devices. So, there are some other definitions you also want to consider when comparing the metaverse, multiverse, and Web 3.0. OpenSimulator. I'm a big fan of OpenSimulator. It is a multi-platform, multi-user application used to create 3D virtual environments, but it's accessed through a variety of clients with multiple protocols. But is it the metaverse? Though users can visit other OpenSimulator virtual worlds globally using hypergrid protocols, it is at best the beginning of an open distributed metaverse, just the beginning. OpenSim through the years has been run on USB drives, personal computers, both on and offline, and through multiple types of players and shared interfaces, such as Singularity and Firestorm. It is usually accessed on a PC, however. Tablets and other platforms are currently being developed and improved. But what are some other platform players in the multiverse? Roblox, Minecraft, and Epic can only be accessed through their designed players, though they are available to be played on most devices. Often, each device requires a separate purchase. 3D Web Worlds and Decentraland are designed for web browsers. Theoretically, they should be available on multiple devices with varying performance issues. One platform making a closed virtual space doesn't meet the qualifications of a metaverse. A metaverse would theoretically combine all of the above. So who is metaverse focused? Noted technology giants want to be the first movers, but their main experiences come from Web 3.0 developments. They may be focused, but they are late arrivals. Facebook Meta, Oculus VR, Facebook Horizon, Microsoft Mesh, all of these are experimenting with virtual worlds, acquiring and building platforms, and investing a lot of equity, but they missed the mark. The metaverse needs to be omnipresent and found everywhere. No current platform fits this requirement. Now, the main reason I've gone into this much detail is because as a business, if you're looking to explore the metaverse and people are claiming to be experts or claiming that the metaverse is here, then they're not really understanding what the metaverse is. So you have to, as a business, understand with fast-moving technology, no one is an expert in the metaverse. Business process outsourcing, BPO, which is the company that I work for is a major global BPO. It is ever evolving. From video conference room, email chat, and snail mail, this is where we all began, especially with work from home. I've been doing that for over 11 years, so I was working home before working home became cool over the past couple of years. Video and audio chat to telecommunications. These have moved into work from home. Now we're getting into AI chatbots, scripted infobots, and real-world agents in virtual worlds as avatars. Customer service options need to be inexpensive and easily adapted. Your business needs to have an evolving approach to talent management. It needs to be secure and flexible. The business environment is increasing in its complexity. It requires your business to adapt to an accelerating digital transformation. Examples will include virtual training and engagement. Those are entering into this virtual environment very quickly. The business world is already virtual. So it's really something that as a business, if you haven't realized up to this point, you're already behind your competitors. So being that the business world is already virtual, the next step is virtual reality. AI has advanced and has been in virtual worlds for almost a decade. Working from home has been normalized. Virtual worlds are more effective in team building activities than traditional distance business applications, as they create a space where team members can virtually interact, thus gaining a sense of active participation. COVID has accelerated this digital adoption. Customers expect support no matter where they are or how they reach out, and are embracing the virtual environment for much of their personal and business needs. Interacting in the virtual world environment has been proven to increase emotional bonds among participants. These environments have been proven in studies to reduce social anxiety and increase creativity. The virtual multiverse is effective for both employee and customer interactions. As a business, you need to understand with fast-moving technology, no one is an expert in the metaverse. I've been studying the metaverse as a researcher, as an educator, throughout my whole master's degree for over 6 years, almost 8 years. But no one is an expert in the metaverse. You need to explore your options. The digital landscape is ever evolving, and the next generation of customers, they want choices in how they want to connect and interact. An omnidirectional strategy, omni-channel strategy supports current customers while preparing your company for success in the coming metaverse. Companies need to strategically leverage the insights that the existing multiverse has to offer in order to engage with new customers who demand these new technologies. Your strategy needs to be developed now to maintain cost efficiency and customer satisfaction. Gen Z is already in the multiverse. Gen Z prefers self-service for low complexity issues. They are comfortable with AI for repetitious interactions. Gen Z is ready for live agents assisting as avatars for high complexity tasks. There has been a 20% increase in Web 3.0 and new technologies over the previous generation. Over 50% have created avatars in multiverse games and social media. Over 30% purchase digital goods, virtual goods, or cryptocurrency. Some surveys claim these statistics can range as much as 30% higher. The multiverse encompasses all of the omnichannel options your business uses for customer support with access through any web device. Interactive voice response, voice and non-voice channels, including AI, artificial intelligence, chatbots, and live agents as avatars, or through traditional interactions. So when you're beginning to explore this opportunity as a business, you need to look for leaders, not newcomers. Entry of multiverse players and leaders in the metaverse movement have included Second Life, Roblox, Minecraft. Those are just a few. These are top examples of the multiverse players that are over 10 years old and still in existence. Entry of newcomers in the metaverse movement include 3D Web Worlds, Cyber Lounge, the Sandbox, and Decentraland. These are examples of web-based multiverse players new to the game, but still in existence. Though not as advanced, the newcomers, being web-based, are valuable to explore. The technology, support, and business applications exist in the multiverse platforms and are excellent entry-level points for businesses new to the virtual environment. But you must choose your entry point wisely to avoid losses in time and resources in preparing for the metaverse. So, one way to look at how you can make your decisions and prepare is considering the average time investment. Average end users value time investment. I spend about 20 minutes as a researcher on my initial investigations on average. My follow-up time is around 10 minutes. After that, if I do not have smooth interactions within 5 minutes of entry, I draw my conclusions and I move on. In this chart, I have been generous in my estimations. I have collected and analyzed 6 years of data for the sites I use. The average stay of an experienced virtual visitor on a well-developed virtual space is 20 minutes. A general user just browsing is an average of 15 minutes. However, new entrants, people who are just coming into this virtual environment, just 3 minutes. That's all you get. Employees or other professional learners in the workforce will commit to 30 minutes of personal time to initially learn a new platform. For most general activities, 15 minutes on average. If an employee or professional learner is not getting paid for their time, you will lose them in 5 minutes or less in a poorly developed environment. A client may be willing to invest an hour for the initial introduction to a new environment. If you impress them, then they will be willing to explore on average 30 minutes at a time. If they are not experiencing a smooth interaction, 10 minutes is a generous estimate of time commitment before they lose interest in what you're offering. Okay, now the world around us is constantly redefining itself. You need to evaluate potential multiverse platforms and address top concerns. So, what are some top BPO concerns when considering multiverse platforms? When preparing your business for the adoption of a multiverse platform, these primary concerns must be addressed. Any viable platform should already have easily accessible data on security features, performance statistics, compliance statistics, policies on intellectual property, and the ability to move to other platforms without loss or penalties. In addition, your company needs to reimagine the role of customer support. Your business needs to combine traditional customer support with more flexible, non-traditional delivery methods. By investing in technology to connect teams in the coming virtual business world to maintain your competitive edge. What are some of examples of corporate uses in virtual worlds? Well, the multiverse can accommodate your company's business process throughout the life cycle of virtual employees, talent acquisition, job fairs, virtual applications, interviews, hiring and onboarding, virtual training, company meetings, and team building activities. The virtual world can easily secure company branding that has unlimited options. They are inexpensive and easily adapted. Ensure customer loyalty through an easily accessible digital experience that provides a fun, friendly user experience. So if the slide's not quite up yet, the next slide is images taken from the OSCC 2022 Avicon grid. The designers of these spaces are incredible. Imagine these as job fair booths, informational booths, or offices for virtual interviews. So I just had to throw that in there and give a kudos because OSCC is fantastic designers in their virtual spaces. There we go. Some other things you want to consider as a business when exploring multiverse platforms are, does it have a paywall for customer access? That's very important. Does it require payment for you to create in-world content? Does it have an open market system that is not limited to platform currency? Who owns your content? Is there vendor lock-ins, or are you able to back up your content and take it with you to other vendors? This research was completed within limited time frames, but it gives you a general idea. If the information is not easy to find, people are going to assume, the businesses will assume the results. Again, we cannot all be experts on every option being offered. So if you are a developer, you need to make sure that all this information that I'm mentioning is out there and easily accessible so that the business isn't going to make assumptions. So how close are multiverse leaders to metaverse goals? Identity versatility is stable and widespread in OpenSim. It allows for complete customizations with near endless possibilities. Roblox and Minecraft have design options within set parameters, and current options in web-based virtual worlds like 3D Web Worlds and Decentraland are closed regarding system choices. But expanding options may allow for limited versatility rapidly. Locations and design options are near endless in OpenSim. Roblox, 3D Web Worlds, Decentraland, and Minecraft are all currently limited to system designs. Social capacity is limited by end user adoption. Now, Roblox and Minecraft are leaders in user numbers. OpenSim has a large base of options for an open e-commerce platform, including closed currency such as Kitely credits or PayPal, and digital or virtual currency such as Bitcoins or Clearbit. Roblox and Minecraft.
Sally,
oh, yes.
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. I am sorry to interrupt. I stopped at slide 18 if you want to share the rest of your content in the local chat. Thank you, Sally, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 4:30 in the keynote region, and it is entitled Free Open Source User Content Production in OpenSimulator. We also encourage you to visit the OSCC 2022 Poster Expo and the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on the presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again, Sally, for the wonderful session, and to our audience.
Okay, so we're no longer live, right?
We can on the online schedule, even if you want to send like a PDF copy of your slides, even we can attach it to the thing. If you want to point people there, if you want people to see those other slides.
Yeah, well it's at my booth. So.
Oh, okay. If it's at your booth, that's fine. Okay.
All right, thank you. I think I'm out your way now. Bye.
Oh, take care. Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 4:30 to 5 p.m. session of the 2022 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Free Open Source User Content in OS. Our speaker is Annabelle Noack. Annabelle is a linguist and language teacher at a university and secondary school in Germany. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for a speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. Now, the session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have any questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC22. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Good evening, everyone. I am here and I'm going to read the paper that Ramesh Ramlal wrote, and unfortunately he cannot be here with us today. So Andrew and myself will be happy to answer questions at the end of the presentation. So let me start. We are excited to announce that we will be open sourcing our software, Resmela, in the next quarter of 2023. The first quarter in the US typically starts on January the 1st and ends on March the 31st. Resmela is a powerful tool that helps users develop content for their virtual worlds quickly and easily. We believe that open sourcing it will only make it even better. We have a large repository of code that we are currently organizing on GitHub so that it can be easily accessible to the community. We are designing a software infrastructure specifically to accelerate content creation for new classes of applications that we believe will be required for what has come to be known as the metaverse. This would not have been possible without our collective experience in designing for virtual worlds and virtual reality. We have been working on this for over a decade, and the result of this work is the first batch of code that will appear on GitHub soon. To help explain the foundation of driving principles behind our design paradigms and to describe our new term and long-term plans, we are writing an illustrated book. This book will be launched at around the same time as the code for our software will be made public. We believe that this book will be a valuable resource for anyone interested in virtual worlds and the future of content creation. Just a second, let me paste the other part. There are many advantages to open sourcing software. For one, it allows for a community of users and developers to form around the software. This community can help improve the software and make it more user-friendly by providing feedback and suggestions, as well as contributing their own code and features. Additionally, open sourcing of software allows us to integrate it with other open source tools, such as Outworld's Dream Grid, which can only enhance the user experience. But open sourcing our software is not just about the technical benefits. It also allows us to tap into the creativity and expertise of the open source community. With more minds working on the software, we can accelerate its development and bring new and innovative features to our users. We are committed to making Resmela the best it can be, and we believe that open sourcing is the best way to do that. We will be working hard to provide comprehensive documentation that will help users become module creators and contribute to the development of the software. We hope that you will join us in this exciting endeavor and help us make RISMELA even better. Our goal is to help any grid deploy the infrastructure and not limit it to a few. If you're interested in virtual worlds and their design and applications, we want to hear from you. We are starting a new effort and we need your help. We're looking for developers, users, documentation writers, and anyone else who has an interest in virtual worlds. If you want to be part of this exciting project, all you have to do is copy and paste the link that I have already put in here in your browser. You will reach a sign up page with some additional information about our project. So let me paste again the rest. Right. Enter your email address. This will help us build a database of interested parties and make it easier for us to connect with you. We encourage you to share this link on your social network. The more people we can reach, the better. So if you know someone who might be interested in virtual worlds, please share this link with them. Together, we can make a real difference and create something truly amazing. So don't hesitate, join our mailing list to receive updates about major events. Thank you for your attention. We look forward to seeing what the community can do with RISMELA once it's open sourced. Together, we can make RISMELA the go-to tool for developing content for virtual worlds. So if you would like to contact us, here is the email address. Thank you. So if you have any questions, please.
Thank you, Annabelle. So are there any questions from our audience? I know that's a lot to digest, isn't it? And we appreciate it. Our main speaker was unable to join us today, Ramesh. He's traveling, and we wish him well in his travels. And we thank Annabelle for stepping in. The question is, do you need testers? That's a new one on me, Lisa.
Testers. Andrew, yes, we do, don't we?
Now, Maria Korloff has a question. How do you plan to support GPT?
Right, that's for Andrew. He's sitting right here.
Ramesh said in his column for Hypergrid Business that RISMELA will support integration with AI chat platforms. Maria's been playing around with Chat GPT lately. Art Blue adds, is this the same tool we heard that is made for builders last year?
Yes, it is. It's the same tool, yes.
Well, thank you. Are there any other questions? And of course, there was a link placed in the by Franz Charming from the Hypergrid Business article on the subject of hypergrid-.com/2022/12/RISMELA-is-a-CMS/. Now we have some discussion in the chat about OpenAI's ChatGPT, which means generative pre-trained Transformer 3.5. And Lisa Laxton mentions there are ethical controversies with it as well, this chat protocol. And Andrew Hellershanks adds, yes, it is the system that Ramesh presented last year. Maria adds, there are other AI-powered chat platforms as well. Well, we want to thank our presenter. If there are no other questions, and you can continue the discussion, and of course, I am her. So thank you, Annabelle, for the informative and interesting presentation, and for the heroic effort of stepping in for another presenter. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 5 p.m. in this keynote region, and it is entitled Making Classic Clothing in Open Simulator World. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 22 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again, Annabelle, and to our audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 5 o'clock to 5:30 p.m. session of the 2022 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Making Classic Clothing in Open Simulator World. Our speaker is Beth Ghost Raven. Beth designs system and prim clothing for educators and other professionals. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC22. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hi, I'm Beth Ghost Raven. I'm a retired middle school teacher librarian in the physical world. In Second Life, I own the Book and Tankard Pub in Victoria City, Caledon, and Ghost Raven Professional Attire Classic Clothing for Educators in Second Life. I'm Communications Chair for the VWBPE Conference and unofficial liaison between education groups in Second Life. There's a giver box that looks like a toolbox in front of each region. There's one right in front of the stage here and in each region in the direction of the stage. If you go ahead and click on that, it might go into your suitcase. Hopefully you can find it and open it. But even if you get it later, it has some tools in it for you. And I'll talk about those as the presentation goes on. It includes a note card with some sources in it, a background screen that you can use to pose again, a pose animation, some sample textures, some sample clothing, UV layers. I'm going to move out from the podium for just a minute so you can see what I'm wearing. And I'll talk about these UV layers shortly. A UV outfit, so you can look just like this too. Oh, I forgot to put the shading aids in. I'll put those in the speaker booth. Part of the learning curve for teaching and learning in Second Life and Open Simulator is the need to personalize one's avatar. Teachers need their appearance to enhance and not detract from their instruction. Students need to feel immersed in order to learn effectively, and personalizing their avatars contribute to this, in my opinion. This presentation will help you explore some possibilities for creating your own clothing. Here's what we'll learn about today. Wearing safely, classic clothing and attachments, editing the clothing you already have, finding and adapting free textures, making system clothing using the Firestorm viewer tools, using Photoshop to make system clothing, or as Kayaka would say, Photoshopping. Note, this presentation shows how I got started, but there are lots of different ways to do the same thing, so don't feel like you have to do things exactly the same way. So system clothing looks like the pictures on the right side of the screen. That's what it looks like in your inventory, little pictures of clothing. Here are some characteristics. Whoops. Clicked the wrong thing. The texture is applied to the shape as if painted on layered over skin. It may be customized using sliders. It may be worn by mesh avatars with bakes-on mesh capabilities. And it's extremely low complexity. The icons on the right, except for the alpha layer, show system items in your inventory. If you check the box to show only clothing, these will be the things that show up. Yes, the templates that I used to make this clothing are by Robin Wood. Have you ever teleported somewhere and it appears that most of the people there are naked? It's kind of disconcerting. Even though it's an avatar, you probably don't want to look naked inadvertently. If you want to avoid that, follow these 2 rules. Right-click and add clothing and attachments. Just about everybody who's been new in a virtual world has probably ended up naked in a store like I have by wearing the hair demo and not adding it. And 2, always wear a system, oh, I put that in twice, a system shirt and pants under your mesh outfit. So while your clothes are rezzing for others, you don't appear naked. Yeah, I was sad to hear of Robin's passing too. Editing classic clothing and attachments. Permissions or perms. M equals mod or modifiable. C equals copy, copyable. T equals transfer or transferable. If something's full perm, it's modifiable, copyable, and transfer. Most items are either copy or transfer. Permissions are one of the trickiest parts of Second Life and in virtual worlds. Something might say no modify when it's actually only the script inside that can't be changed. So if it's an object and it says no modify, don't take that for gospel. If the item doesn't have any permissions after it in your inventory, it's full perm. However, if it's something that you made yourself, it will not show permissions. You have to right click and select property to see what the permissions are for someone else. Usually the full perm things are older freebies. The undershirt layers in this folder are necklaces that are made as a system layer rather than the usual prems or mesh. They don't look 3-dimensional, but they can give you the look of a necklace without adding complexity. When modifying, make a copy first. It's really easy to totally mess something up when you're trying to customize. Son, yes. If that happens and the item is not copyable, check with the designer to see if they'll give you another copy of the item. Many designers are easy to work with and very willing to help. To edit a system clothing item, wear it, right-click it in your inventory and click Edit. The appearance window will open, and you can see that on the right side of this slide. In this jacket, the upper fabric above the waist is a template created in Photoshop which cannot be altered in World. Because it is grayscale, though, it can be recolored by clicking the color/tint box, which opens the color picker. You can see the color picker on the left. Make sure you click OK before you close the color picker to save the color you chose. You can also shorten the sleeves or pants legs or change the waistline. You can't add length to anything that's on a template like this, but you can always subtract length. Thank you. Classic clothing, prim clothing and hair. So these are attached to the avatar. They may be customized if modifiable. They may show natural looking movement, especially if they're flexy. The cube or object icons in the picture there show the prim clothing here. Except for the AO animation overrider, you can wear or res the object and edit it. By the way, AOs are key to having a professional looking avatar. The way an avatar moves without one is very jerky and looks weird. There are male and female AOs available at the OSCC shopping zone to start with. Make a copy and pose. Before you edit objects attached to your avatar, make sure your avatar will hold still while you work. Here are 4 ways to do that. A pose stand can be res, and I put one of those in the toolbox for you that Fran thankfully provided in the shopping zone. Me too, son. He says, I have 1,000 different outfits probably, but they all move the same because of my AOs. And Lisa, yeah, if you want to walk like a duck, that's fine. If you use the Firestorm viewer, there's a button that you can use for poses. In your toolbox, there's a T-pose animation. If you haven't gotten that yet, the toolbox is right at the front of each of the keynote regions. So click that and take a copy of it or buy it for $0. If you double click the T-pose animation and click either play in world or play locally, I don't really know what the difference is, then it will put you in that T-pose and hold you there. And actually, I realized later, the default Firestorm preferences make your avatar pose when you edit clothing. If you do not want to do that, say if you want to edit your clothes on the slide, here's how. You go to Avatar Preferences, the Move and View tab, where it says Automatically Pose Avatar During, select one or more. You uncheck Appearance, and then it won't make you pose like that. Editing wearable prim objects. In the Wearing or Worn tab of Inventory or Appearance, you can right-click on an object and choose Edit. Even if an object doesn't have modify perms, you can still move it around, unless it's rigged mesh. Because my avatar is shorter than most, I almost always have to lower my necklaces. Some items have resize scripts in them. If that's the case, do not edit, but click on the object to open the resize menu. Be sure to make a copy before you make any changes, if possible. Making fabric textures. Whoops. Almost all of the textures that I buy in Second Life are only licensed for that grid. So far, I haven't found a texture merchant for OpenSim, so if I want to use textures in OpenSim, I need to make them myself. Sun says, avoid the undo key. Sun, I want you to tell me more about that later, because I love the undo key. I find and adapt textures that I find on the internet, being careful to respect intellectual property rights. I almost always use textures licensed for Creative Commons CC0, which means it's public domain, free for use for any purpose without attribution. I don't mind acknowledging artists, I welcome it, but it's not practical to do when I'm making clothing. Oh, okay. He says if you undo a move, it destroys the link trim. Just in OpenSim, not in Second Life. Good to know. Thank you. Searching Google Images. I wanted to make some cable knit type, so I started searching for Knit seamless texture. Seamless means it can be repeated in either direction and still looks smooth. I found some that looked perfect, so I started looking at licensing. In a Google search, I clicked Tools and then used the drop-down menu for usage rights and choose Creative Commons licenses. And you can see the pink circles on the slide show you those two things. There are still some great textures here. However, I still need to check the sources. I already know that Adobe stock is not free. It costs money. So I clicked on one from SketchUp Texture Club. You click a texture and then visit. Unfortunately, when I looked into it, the textures that I wanted to use from SketchUp require a paid membership. Back to the drawing board. I started looking at some of my favorite texture sites to see what was available. And a lot of those are on the note card that you get when you click on the toolbox there. I started looking at some of my favorite texture sites, and I finally found a good one at textures.com. It's a neutral color, completely straight, and looks like it will repeat well. I used one of my free credits here to download it. Now I'm ready to start trying to make some types. Making system clothing from scratch. Just like editing system clothing, you can also create it. Here's how you do it in the Firestorm OS viewer and in Second Life. I don't even need a pose stand because it's included in the viewer. In inventory, click the plus sign at the bottom, then new clothes, and then I want to make types, so I click new socks. The socks appear in my clothing folder where I can right click and add them or wear them. Once I'm wearing the socks, I can right click and edit. In inventory, to upload a texture, I click the plus sign at the bottom again, and then upload image. This will allow you to preview the image. If you don't need to, you can choose bulk and upload more than one texture at a time. I do my testing in OpenSim because image uploads are free. Uploading to Second Life isn't free. It's cheap, but it adds up. So you'll want to be more careful there. Wow, I am almost out of time. In Edit, drag the texture onto the texture box. And you can see on the slide, it doesn't really look right. I have no control over what the texture looks like on the clothing. This one's sort of acceptable, but I'd like a smaller scale of ribbing. For that, I need to use a texture manipulation program like Photoshop. And I have another section that talks about that, but I'm wondering if any of you are interested in a workshop. Let me type this. I can go into more detail there. We can use Zoom in a workshop and be in world also. And I can help you walk through the steps.
That's a great idea, Beth. And if anyone's interested in that, just let Beth know and we could set that up.
Yeah, it's not scheduled yet, but I can schedule it around what people want.
Sure. Well, thank you, Beth, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 5:30 in this keynote region. And it's entitled the Islands of Enlightenment, middle school students learning and creating. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 22 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to Beth and to you, the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 5 o'clock to 5:30 p.m. session of the OSCC OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, I am pleased to announce that the Islands of Enlightenment is our topic, middle school students learning and creating. Our speakers are Amanda Thompson and Jay Menzie. Unfortunately, Andrew Wheelock, or Spiff Whitfield, was unable to make it today. Amanda and Jay are middle school teachers. Andy is a elementary school teacher, not a technology integrator, and works with schools throughout the Western New York area. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC22. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session. I'll turn it over to our speakers.
Hi, this is Amanda Thompson, and I'm with my co-presenter and social studies teacher, James Menzie. And this is our project where we were teaching students to learn about the Holocaust through the virtual world of the Anne Frank Annex. So I teach 7th grade English language arts at Cleveland Hill Middle School. And Jay Menzie is my social studies partner, also obviously at Cleveland Hill Middle School in Cheektowaga, New York. And we spend a lot of time together and in each other's classes. We have time built in over the summer to align our classes cross-curricularly so that whatever I'm teaching about in English language arts aligns with what Jay is teaching in social studies. So with that, we've specifically chosen text to provide students with a lot of background knowledge that they'll need to fully understand and appreciate the Anne Frank Annex, which is what Andy Wheelock has built for students in our area. So in English language arts, we read Hitler Youth Growing Up in Hitler's Shadow, and that gives students the background knowledge that's needed to understand and appreciate everything in The Book Thief. So students read those two things. We start in around March and we end in May. And in the meantime, Jay is teaching students about World War II in social studies. And in social studies, they're also reading excerpts from the Diary of Anne Frank and Fred Korematsu, An All-American Hero. So over the summer, we spend a lot of time co-planning so that we hit things just right. In social studies, you know, students will be learning about World War I as I'm getting to Hitler Youth Growing Up in Hitler's Shadow. And then we kind of progress along the same timeline throughout so that as the students are learning about, you know, the content of World War I and II, they're getting it really narratively in English language arts and being able to learn really in depth the different themes and intricacies of both World War I and World War II. So we do a lot of planning to make it a meaningful experience. And along with that goes our 7th grade team day. So this is a day devoted just to World War II. We're lucky that in Buffalo, New York, we have a really active Holocaust Resource Center that does a lot with local survivors of the Holocaust. So the day centers around lessons that students can learn from Hitler's rise to power. And then they do various activities to learn about the Jewish faith. So we usually bring in a professor of Jewish studies who goes over artifacts and important holidays and the culture of Judaism. And then we are provided with a speaker by the Buffalo Holocaust Resource Center, a survivor of the Holocaust. And we do a big presentation in the auditorium, and students get to hear the details of what that person would have gone through. So for that particular day, we focused on the events of Kristallnacht. We've also had survivors who shared their experience being on the SS St. Louis, coming over as a refugee. So we're able to give students a really, a fully rounded picture of the Holocaust before we get into the annex and before we get into the virtual world.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jay Menzie. As Amanda said, I'm a 7th grade social studies teacher at Cheektowaga at Cleveland Hill Middle School. I'm going to get into the details about the project that we've been working on and what we wanted to share with you. So one of the first things that we realized that we needed to do for our students is really establish, some guidelines within the world. As 7th grade students, sometimes they're kind of all over the place and they want to go and do kind of their own thing. But we wanted to establish some firm and very, clear guidelines for them to follow within the Islands of Enlightenment. So with Mr. Wheelock, we did develop some tutorial videos that they can go in and watch. It kind of walks them through how to log in, how they get their username, and then basic things like how to, navigate the world, move around, how to chat, how to communicate, using the pie menu, things like that. So we spend almost an entire day kind of going through those skills, and then we have an assessment on each skill. So, once students complete it, they check it off the list. That way, by the end, we know that they have completed everything and that they know how to just navigate the world. The other thing that we like to do is, because they're 7th graders, I give them almost an entire day to just play in the world, because they want to jump and run and swim and all those kinds of things that 7th graders like to do. So we found that works really well, because the students are able to kind of get that out of their system and really focus on the work while it's taking place.
And it's also really nice because a lot of our students are gamers, so we've spent our time reading and learning and doing traditional classroom activities. But once they see this, they get so excited because this is their wheelhouse. This is where they feel like an expert.
Much more so than we do. So they teach us a lot as we're going through it. Okay, so getting into the meat of the project. So we wanted students ultimately to have an experience where they would learn about the members of the secret annex and Anne Frank and the family and the people that were inside that building during the Holocaust. So Amanda and I created these boxes where students will go and they'll pick up their assignment card, and they'll carry that with them throughout each leg of the project. So just to kind of show you what an assignment would look like, the note card that they would receive has 4 assignments on it. The first one is always kind of summarizing the biographical information. We have them summarized because we feel like that's a skill that they need in both social studies and in ELA. Then they look at kind of the background information, or the previous life experience of the character. This one about Margot explains how she was an excellent student. She, loved to play sports and do kinds of things. So it really focuses on what that character was doing in their regular life before they were in the annex. Assignment number 3 is kind of based on the life within the annex itself. What Margot went through, what she experienced, what it was like to be in that building. And again, they're gathering pieces of evidence to support their claim. Also important in both subject areas. And then the last one is basically just talking about what it was like, what was life like for these people after the raid on the annex. So after they were captured and after they were caught, what ended up happening to them. So assignment 4 really kind of wraps things up for the students as well, because they're always interested in finding out, what happened to these people. once they've kind of gotten to know the person, it kind of makes it very real for them. And, you know, we get a lot of feeling out of what they gathered from assignment 4, just because, you know, they've become attached to these characters in a way.
And Jay does do excerpts from the diary and social studies, but before we get into the annex, we don't give anything away about, you know, how it ended up for each person. So, you know, they're really motivated to get through each assignment to kind of for the reveal of what happened to each character. And we've kind of set it up, and Jay will go into this as a scavenger hunt. So they have to work their way through the different rooms of the annex to complete each assignment.
Right. Okay, so for the first assignment, when they click on what is called the assignment wall, which is located on the other side of the building, so we have kind of a welcome center. Once they get their note card, they would go outside. They would walk down, you know, what looks like 1940s Amsterdam. They would walk down, and then around the corner, there's an assignment wall where they would click on the name of the person that they are doing their assignment on. So for this one, they would click on Margot Frank. The first texture would pop up, giving kind of some biographical information that they would use. And then down at the bottom where the arrows are, so we give them a clue for them to look for at the next location. So we usually try to tie it into something about the person's life. For example, Margot being very athletic, enjoyed tennis and rowing. That's what they're going to look for when they get to their next spot. To get to the next location, we describe them going to a red, black, and white striped boat. Once they find that, they click on it, and that is their teleport to the next location. So assignment 2, you know, just kind of the same thing. This is all about early life of Margot. You can see at the bottom, again, we have a different clue for them to look for. But again, it's tied into something about that person's life as well. So it was great for Amanda and I to kind of learn how to create these objects in, you know, the virtual environment, and then, you know, learn how to connect them to the teleports and everything like that. So the main focus for us was we wanted the students to do an assignment where they had to stay in the virtual world. We didn't want them to be going outside and Googling information or finding it, you know, in a book. We wanted them to actually learn from the experience of being in the virtual environment. So the next one, again, this is all about, you know, Margot's life within the annex. We used, you know, the Anne Frank House website to kind of get a lot of this info. You know, and again, just the clue for the next one directly tied to, you know, something involved in Margot's life. We found that the students really enjoy searching for the next teleport, you know, and even the clue to get the information that they need for the assignment. It's a scavenger hunt, so it's fun for them while they're learning, and they, as Amanda said, you know, being a lot of gamers, you know, they really enjoy the experience a lot. And this one, it just wraps it up at the end. There's no clue, there's no teleport. It's just the final piece of their assignment. So once they get this, they're summarizing the information, and they're moving on to the next person. So they would go back to the Welcome Center. They would, well, actually, what they would do is, a completed assignment would look like this. So they filled in all the information that they need for each of the assignments. They've included snapshots in one where they took a picture, they built something, and they took a picture, and they can put it right into their assignment. And once they finish with that, they actually they're just directly turning this into our office space. So Amanda's is on the left, mine is on the right. We created these prim boxes for them to click on with the faces of the people that are in the annex. So whatever assignment they're doing, if they're doing it on Anne, they would go to my office, they would click on whatever box corresponds to their class period. They would click on it, and they can turn their assignment directly into that. It was so much easier as a teacher to grade those assignments as well, because you know, it goes from their hands right to ours. There's no, you know, losing of assignments. It's pretty easy, and we can go through it and just grade it and get it back to the kids very, very simply. Okay, Amanda.
So at Cleveland Hill Middle School, we have one of the most diverse populations in our area. So on the right, you'll see all of the different countries that our students have come from. Their parents have come from there, and so we have a lot of different cultures, a lot of different religions practiced in our school, and we really wanted to reflect that in the avatars when students enter the world, so that they feel like their avatar is an extension of who they are and they're not putting on somebody else's clothes, you know? So Andy Wheelock, or Spiff, as many of you might know him, created all of the avatars for our students before they get into the world, so that they reflect our students. You know, so we let him know beforehand. We give him a class list. We tell him skin color, male or female, and if they have any preferences as far as like wearing a headscarf or something like that. So you can see, you know, a picture of one of our student avatars there who wears the headscarf, you know, in the real world. And so it's reflected in the virtual world as well. And we've really found that that helps to get a lot of buy-in with the students, because again, they see themselves reflected in their avatar, and it kind of gives them more of a sense of belonging and ownership to what we're doing. So you can see our students working here. You know, Mr. Medzi, Jay Medzi, and I also have classes at the same time. So, you know, my class will work in the library, and attached to that is the computer lab. So you could see students working on the bottom right in the library, and on the left-hand side, that's his class in the computer lab. So we have, you know, anywhere from 30 to 50 students in all at once working at the same time, which is nice because then they can talk to each other, you know, using the local chat, and have fun, you know, helping each other through the assignments as well. One of the things that we really found to be so outstanding with the virtual world that Andy created is that it really does give students a sense of the space of the annex. You know, so if we have 10, 15 students trying to cram into Peter's room, it's not going to work. They won't all fit. So they really get a sense of the space, and are able to help each other through the annex. And there's no other experience like it that we can give students. They could read all day about the annex, you know, they could see pictures, and they do, but to be able to experience it and to feel the space with you know, with their avatar is just an experience that is so unique, and one that they talk about, you know, when they leave, and they tell, you know, students the next year, oh, you know, you're going to get to do the world. So it's something that we've really enjoyed doing, and we can't thank Andy Wheelock enough for setting this up and teaching us, because neither one of us have any background in gaming or virtual worlds. So this has been new to us. The fact that we could get on the stage today has been an achievement. So, you know, it's just been such a great experience, and such a welcoming experience for us to the virtual world and to OpenSim. Everybody has just been great. So, Jay, any last things to add?
I just wanted to add that, you know, when Amanda and I took this project on, as she said, we had very limited experience, and there's no way we could have done this without Andy's help. But once we got the kids into the world, and because we had set up, you know, and taught them previously to doing this project, the kids really did a great job of just being respectful for the environment, and they started to really kind of like monitor each other and say, hey, you know, this is, you're not supposed to be doing this in world, like get back on track. And so we were surprised by that a little bit, I think. But once we get it up and going, I mean, it really runs itself. Like Amanda and I can be in world and just kind of interact with the kids and walk around virtually, rather than just kind of being around the classroom.
Yeah, I mean, if they're stuck, we can teleport them to different locations and, give them hints. So it's been such a fantastic engagement tool, and something that we could never replicate, using textbooks or any of the traditional methods for learning. So I think that's it. Jay, if you want to go to the next slide, our emails are there. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact us. And we'd love to put you in touch with Andy Wheelock. I'm sure that he would love to share what we're doing and get more people involved as well.
And thank you, Amanda and Jay-Z. That was a wonderful session. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our music events, which begin next in this keynote region, starting with Witch Whisper, and it's on the OSCC music stage. So if you type OSCC, you'll see the music stage in the list in the world map. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 22 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on our presenters and their presentations, to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and to you, the audience.